Hey everyone, Dakoba here, and welcome to a brand new series here in Satisfactory. Coffee Stain has just released the new major patch, version 1.1, so it's a perfect time to get back into the game and play with all the new features. Now, if you've been to the channel before, you know I've got a few previous playthroughs, and this time we're going to be taking feedback from those and doing things a little bit differently. I'm still going to be focusing on neat, organized builds and cinematic time lapses to show how things come together, but this time I'm going to be focusing on building larger, more sprawling factories that organize all of the materials in a region into clean, efficient production chains. I'll also be spending more time decorating the factories and exploring tips and techniques on how we can keep things looking at their best. As always, I'll be explaining the main ideas of each build as we go, but I'll also be using time lapses to move quickly through the more repetitive and grindy parts of the builds. We'll also be moving between biomes as we move through the game, and connecting each of our mega factories that we build in each section of the map with roads and rails. Additionally, if you'd like to build along, or even just pop in and take a closer look at any of the builds from the series, I'll be posting a save game at the end of each episode that you can use to log in and check it out. Now, I'm not going to be playing with any gameplay altering mods, but I will be using a single mod for camera controls, and so if you load one of the save games, it may give you a mod warning. The save should work just fine, as again, we're not going to be altering gameplay. Now this time, we're going to be starting in the Northern Forest. We're going to skip the onboarding process and start the game at tier 1, but we're not going to be using any advanced game settings. Alright, it looks like we have spawned in at the head of a river here, and I think we may follow it east. Let's go ahead and scan for iron, which is sort of the essential resource you're going to need to get started anywhere in Satisfactory, and yes, it does look like there's some iron to the east, so we'll walk along the river and make our way over to it. Now as we go, we're going to be gathering all the biomass we come across by pressing E whenever we see a bush or some logs on the ground, and we're going to use that biomass as fuel for our early generators in order to keep our factory powered through the early game until we're able to get to more sustainable power production later on. Now, I love the early game in Satisfactory. I don't know what it is about logistics and supply chain management in this game, but it is so addictive and I just keep coming back to it. In the early game, when you can plan it all out and start to see the factories come to life and you make really fast progress, it is my favorite. And I can see the iron just there. If we scan again, we'd be able to see it. We can also zoom in by, yes, there's the ping, by going into photo mode and scrolling the mouse wheel. And yes, we can see 1, 2, and I think a third iron node maybe up there in the back. So we have 3 iron nodes, and that should be just fine. Now we also want to make sure we're near and limestone, so let's do a quick scan for those. Looks like we have some, yes, very close by, right on the hill over here to the right, and limestone I can actually already see halfway in between the two, so we are in a great place to get started. Alright, now there are some tips I have learned through the years. The first one is that we're going to go into our options and we're going to go into our user interface and change the default hologram color. If we reset this to default, you'll see it's quite a bright blue. I find that things are a little bit easier to see if we reduce that, reduce the saturation on that by just a little bit. So we can do that. Now in gameplay, we're going to go ahead and keep our creature hostility at default. If you don't want to deal with the creatures, you can set this to passive or to retaliate, but we're going to keep it at default throughout the game. And I think we're more or less going to be using all of the default settings. We take a look at this. Yeah, so that should be just fine for us. All right, with that out of the way, we can press Q to open our build menu and set down our hub. And that should bring our drop pod in from space. So if we go into photo mode and press T, we can hide the camera and get a nice cinematic view of the drop pod coming down. That is excellent. All right. The next thing I want to do is make a list of everything we want to accomplish today to help keep on track. One of the things about Satisfactory is it's very easy to get distracted trying to fine tune or optimize or even just go exploring. So in order to keep a to-do list, what we're going to do is press tab to pull up our inventory and then move our mouse to the right hand edge of the screen. If we click on the shadow that appears, it'll pop out to the to-do list and we can place notes. Now, if you mouse over the question mark in the corner, you can see a formatting guide, and so we can go ahead and create a to-do list for ourselves. All right, now I've gone ahead and set up a to-do list for us there. And so if we can find a nice dark place to look at it, we can see that our next task is going to be automating biomass power. Now, this is something that we can do now since the 1.0 launch of Satisfactory, and it makes the early game so much easier and so much more pleasant. And all we need to do is gather enough biomass, and we can set up some storage containers, some basic production lines that will allow us to automate all of the biomass power we're going to need. So in order to do this, what we're going to do is find a place a little bit away from our production lines. We're going to want plenty of room, and we may end up moving the hub. Actually, now that I look at it, that might be getting in the way just a little bit. And we can come on over here and place down a simple power plant. Now, this power plant is going to be made up of a biomass burner, and we may end up having multiple of these in series. So we'll set down our biomass burner over here, clear out some of these leaves so that we have room to build constructors. And we are going to set down a single constructor to start. So we'll place this one here. And if we want, we can hold control and have this lock into place so that it snaps and we have a nice straight line to provide power there. Finally, we'll select our power cable, click on our constructor in order to draw out a power pole, and then connect that to our biomass burner. We could connect them directly, but by placing a power pole here, we can add a second biomass burner or additional constructors as we need to. All right, now with our constructor placed, we can walk on up and choose the recipe we want. We can either turn leaves or wood into biomass. We'll start with leaves as we have quite a bit of that. We have less wood. Now, wood is actually much faster burning. It has much higher power yield, but we have a lot of leaves, so that is going to work out fine for us here. And the last thing we need to do is jumpstart this by priming this with a little bit of fuel. So we can go ahead and take just a few leaves and place them inside, like so. And that should immediately start producing biomass for us. And as soon as we start to see some biomass coming down the line, there we go. We can go ahead and remove the leaves from the biomass burner. Just like that. And the biomass should start to fill in. And this should be now self-propagating as long as we can supply our constructor with leaves. Now the good news is that we can automate that as well by placing down a storage container that will feed into the constructor, and again holding control to snap it into place, and then running a conveyor line in, and we can just place all of the leaves into this constructor. So as we continue to gather more leaves, we'll just feed them into this storage container. They'll automatically feed forward into the constructor and be turned into biomass, and will then power this biomass burner. It looks like a hog has spotted us over there. Let's go ahead and go into our inventory and equip our Xeno Zapper. These hogs are nice and easy to deal with. As they charge, we simply zap them and step to the side. And they'll try to charge again. It takes 4 hits with the Xeno Zapper to clear them out, and they'll drop those remains on the ground. We'll get to those a little bit later. But for now, let's go ahead and actually let's relocate our hub over to be over here by our power, just so that we have a little bit more room to build over near our resource nodes. So we'll pick up our hub and we will reset it over here. Now, one of the best things about Satisfactory is that everything is fully refunded when you tear it down and rebuild it. So there is no cost to tearing something down and putting it in another place. And so with our hub here, we can now start to figure out our next task. Looking at our goals for this episode, we have successfully automated biomass power, and our next task is going to be to establish some early production lines. Now, I want these production lines to be focused, and we're going to be focusing on moving through tier 1. So let's go ahead and select one of the milestones there. We could either do base building, logistics, or field research. And I think logistics is where we want to start first because the conveyor splitters will be very helpful for us. So let's go ahead and select that milestone and take a look at what it's going to require. Now this will take some iron plates, some iron rods, and some wire. We have 94 plates, 33 rods, and 17 wire. We're going to need 150 each of the plates and rods and 300 of the wire. Now I think wire, because we're running low on that, will be our first task here. So let's go ahead and draw out our power line, and wire is made from copper. So let's scan and make sure we can pick our copper vein. I think it's just there. Yes, perfect. So we'll take our power line and run it all the way over as well. Just like that. And now we can come up here and set up our first production line. It looks like there's another hog up here, so we can come on in and zap it and get out of its way. Wait for it to charge again. Just like that. And now we can clear out this cluster that sits on top of the mining node and place down our first miner. Now this is a pure copper node, which means we're going to be generating 120 resources per minute, 120 copper ore per minute. Unfortunately, our fastest belts right now can only pull 60 a minute out of this, so this is going to be running inefficiently right at the start. Let's go ahead and set up one more power line up here, and then power connector there. And then we want to place a smelter in front of this in order to smelt the copper ore into copper ingots. So we can select the copper ingots there, and then connect up power in order to start the smelter working. Now, copper ingots are, of course, not what we're looking for, but they are a necessary production step. So lastly, we can place down a constructor just in front of us. Let's move it forward so it's not clipping, and then run our conveyor belt in from our smelter and connect up power. And then on our constructor, we will set this to produce wire for us. And just as we did over with power, we can also use a storage container here to make sure that this can run efficiently for as long as we care to leave it for. And that will allow our copper wire that we are producing to stockpile up. And it looks like we had exactly enough to get this production line built. We are completely out of it, but we are starting to get some more produced, so that is excellent. We'll let that run for a few seconds while we gather up a little bit more biomass, and then we can take a look at our next task. All right, now that has been running for just a minute. We're up to 50 wire. If we take a look, we can see we're producing 30 a minute, so about a minute and a half there, and we have 50 wire, and that should be enough for us to establish our next production line. And I think for the next one, our next sort of resource shortage is going to be on iron rods. So let's head on over to one of our iron nodes and set up an iron rod production line. Once again, we will draw out a power line to extend over there, and we will head on over. Let's keep an eye out for hogs, just in case there are any nearby that we want to watch out for right at the beginning. All right, now if we want to make sure that we have the resources to set up a production line, one of the things we can go is into our build menu, and as we mouse over something we want to build, in the corner there's a plus icon. If we click on that, it will be added to our to-do list, and we can go ahead and select one of each of the things we want, and then that will give us a complete list of resources that we need to set up that production line. Looks like we have everything we need here, and so we can go ahead and set up a basic iron rod production line here. Place down our miner, we'll place down our smelter in front of that, and then in front of that we will place down a constructor. We'll then connect up all of these. All right. With our conveyor belts set up, we can go ahead and start to set up power here to each of our machines. We can configure our smelter to produce iron ingots and configure our constructor to produce iron rods. All right, and last but not least, we can go ahead and place down a storage container, but oh, we are short on iron rods, so we are going to have to wait for our first iron ingots to arrive in our constructor to produce a couple of more for us. Obviously, we could head on over to our hub and craft some up by hand, but I think we should get a couple of them here very quickly. And perfect. So now we can place down our storage container directly in front of our constructor and start stockpiling iron rods. All right, now our final resource that we're going to want to establish a production line for right now for this milestone is for iron plates. So let's go ahead and place a miner, a smelter, another constructor, and this time let's include the storage container in our parts. And it looks like we are short on iron rods and a little bit short on cabling as well. So we are going to have to do some handcrafting here unless we want to go out into the world and try and find a drop pod or something that might have some cable around it. Fortunately, we should have no trouble setting up a crafting bench and crafting just a little bit of cable. So let's pick out some iron rods from our storage container and place down a crafting bench that we can use to craft some wire into cable. Now we're going to need one more. We needed 8 cable in total for a constructor, but we're going to want more than that in order to run power lines. So we'll go ahead and craft a little bit extra, and we'll also go ahead and pick up some of the copper wire that we produced, just to make sure we have some in our inventory. Now with that out of the way, we can go ahead and find our next iron node. I think there's one up here on the hill that we can use to run down and set up a parallel production line here. Looks like night is coming in as well. So we can press B to turn on our flashlight so we can see a little bit better in the dark. And we can once again clear out this cluster and place down our miner, smelter, and constructor to produce iron plates. All right, with our miner, our smelter, and our constructor all in place, we can go ahead and set up power to each of them. And set the recipes to make the iron ingots and the iron plates. Last but not least, we can place our storage container directly in front of this. Again, we're actually a little low on iron plates here, so we'll have to get some out of this storage container once they start being produced. Oh, and it looks like we have blown a fuse. We have run out of power. We've overextended our power grid just a little bit. And unfortunately, I don't think we have enough power for another biomass burner. So we're going to have to be clever. And fortunately, our hub comes with a couple of spare biomass burners that we can tap into. So let's go ahead and draw a power line out from one of those and connect that to the grid. Let's see if we can't come on over here and take a little bit of biomass out of our constructor and feed it into this biomass burner on our hub, like so, then turn that on. Now that has boosted our maximum capacity to 50 megawatts. Our maximum consumption is sitting at 43, so we should be okay with our production line in place, but we will need to expand our power production going forward. Now in general, I try not to rely on the biomass burners on the hub because they can't be automated. I like being able to set and forget as much as possible. Now obviously we'll need to manually continue gathering biomass to provide for this biomass burner, but we can rely on this as a sort of holdover until we get enough resources to set up an additional full-size burner down below. All right, coming up here, we do have our first iron plates in place. Let's go ahead and set up the storage container for those and connect up the conveyor belt to them. And I think our next task is going to be to set up another biomass burner. We want to make sure we get 10 more iron plates and a few more iron rods. Now the iron rods should be no trouble at all. We can just simply pull those out of our other storage container. We may need to wait just a minute for 10 iron plates to come in. And just after a very short time, I think we've got it. And there are our 10 iron plates. Let's pop on over and construct a biomass burner. Yes?
What does iron plate?
This. All right, so we'll set up another biomass burner and we'll place this in alignment with our other one. And then in order to feed this, I think we are going to feed this manually for now, but we can set down a power pole and connect it up to our existing power grid, drop some biomass in there, and that should greatly increase the speed of or the capacity of our power grid. And should our small burner on our hub run out, then these two should be able to take on the load. All right, now with the second biomass burner set up and using some of the biomass that we produced in our constructor, we should be in a good situation for the time being, although we are going to want to automate this production line as soon as possible so we don't need to keep manually refilling it. All right, now with the second biomass burner up and running, our power grid should be stable for a little bit, but we don't quite have enough resources to send off this milestone. So I think it may be a good opportunity for us to take a minute and look around, explore our surroundings just a little bit, and see if we can't find some useful or valuable resources either that we can use immediately or very soon. Now, this is going to be pretty much anything in the game at this stage. It looks like we might, for example, be able to find a blue power slug, although this one is sitting on a poison tower, so we aren't going to be getting that one. But maybe we can find a blue power slug, like possibly one that's right up there. And so let's actually see if we can't climb up in there. It looks like it connects just there to the northeast. And one of the advantages of Satisfactory, and one of the things that's so cool about the world, is that you can set out exploring in almost any direction and find something that is going to be useful to you or valuable. And also gather up some biomass as we travel. Looks like we want to get over to those. Can we leap across this ravine? Let's see. Let's get a slightly better view of this. Jump here. Yeah, we can make that jump. That's no problem. Let's see what we have up here. Now, while we explore, there's a few things we'll be looking for. We'll be looking for any enemies that we can take on, because their remains could be useful for research. We'll also be looking for food or healing items like these pale berries here. These are going to be useful both for restoring our health, but can also be used to attract lizard doggos later.
If consumed before authorized is compatible with the human digestive system, the consumer is responsible for any and all consequences. Store this potential resource for later use.
Right, another thing we're going to be looking for is rare minerals, and it looks like we have some Deuterium in here, but it might be in a poison cloud. I'm not sure that I want to take that on. Let's see if we can get in and loot it real quick. Sneak in there, mine that Deuterium.
Unknown metal collected. This metallic element is showing properties similar to those in Group 11 on the periodic table, such as high conductivity and malleability. Store this potential resource for later use.
Now, those rare mineral clusters are frequently located along rock walls and cliff faces, and so that's a great place to look for them. And so we can keep an eye out for more of those as we go exploring. Wood up here we can gather up. Be great for our biomass burners. Wood is so much more energy dense than leaves, so any that we can find is going to be very helpful to us. All right, looks like we have a rare resource here, raw quartz. Let's pick that up.
Unknown crystalline mineral collected. This mineral is composed of the same chemical element as quartz and may yield similar industrial functions. Store this potential resource for later use.
All right, we have come up with Deuterium veins. That's very useful. It's nice to know that one of those is so close to home, and we'll be able to take advantage of it. So that will be very, very useful in the future. Looks like there's a blue power slug right out here on this rock wall, and a couple of hogs guarding it. Let's go ahead and take care of it. Let's make some distance there. Alright, there we go.
Samples of new alien species.
Stop chasing the ball again for
notable features
defensive
on
position.
blunt teeth,
Sometimes,
suggesting it is herbivorous, and a thickly plated skull and spine,
I don't like playing
suggesting
random.
it is proficient at inflicting
I
and
don't play
receiving blunt
consistently
force
enough to
trauma.
join a.
Preserve the remains for
Where
later
are you
study.
called? League? No.
Alright.
The game is called League.
Let's go ahead and pick up this
Club?
power slug. And then let's see, we were gonna find another power slug as well.
This semi-slug species seems to persist entirely through absorbing and storing energy from its surroundings. Studying this could provide new methods for improving fixit production line efficiency. Store this potential resource for later use.
Alright, we were gonna see about getting up on this large stone arch over
Him
the center
again.
of our
He
base.
was right there.
And before we go up there,
How
I
did
do
he even-
want to pick up a few more pale
He
berries
was right
because
there.
we are missing a little bit of health. And Satisfactory has a mechanic where if you are at full health, you cannot die in one hit. There is nothing that can take your entire health in one go. And so no matter how high up in the air we are, if we're at full health, then we won't die to fall damage immediately. It is, of course, possible to fall right in front of a monster and be left with one health and in a very bad place. But if you're ever up in a high place, it's always good to be topped off on health. Alright, we got a second
Now
power
he's
slug. That's going to be
AFK.
very
What was
useful
he
for us.
doing
You
that
definitely want to get at least two blue power slugs as early as you can, but two of them is sort of the magic number for getting great value out of them, because with two power slugs you can unlock over and underclocking, and underclocking is really the prize there. We have another limestone node that will be fantastic for setting up some concrete production, and it's that. What do we have back there?
Oh my god, get off. Why are you
Yes,
behind
we
me?
have another drop pod. This is perfect. That's actually what I was hoping to find
Get the
out
fuck
here.
from behind me, bro.
And the starting areas usually have drop pods pretty close by, usually 3 or 4 of them. So they aren't too hard to come by, but
Couldn't even get it
fortunate that we
in, you
found one.
fucking
Unfortunately, they are usually
We're gonna
pretty
ball
well
chase.
guarded,
I
so
need you
we'll
to be
want
able to
to
score
be
too.
careful on our approach, make sure we are crouched to go into stealth mode once we get
You gonna
close
ball
enough.
chase,
There we
you
go.
can't score.
Maybe we can sneak on up here and see what we can take with it. Keep an eye out for monsters. We may be able to get a jump on them if they see them before they see us. Let's see. Here, I think it's a hog.
Why are you always near where the ball
There's
is?
the drop pod. Now, it looks like this one doesn't require any resources, so we can go ahead, just pull the handle and take the hard drive out of it. That's excellent.
Damaged hard drive successfully acquired. All pioneers are contractually obliged to preserve and secure any recovered hard drives for future analysis, which may result in benefits to the Fix-It mission. Speculation as to why there are crashed freighters in your Fix-It designated zone is discouraged as specified in your contract.
All right, well, it looks like this is actually being guarded by an alpha hog, which is not not a fight that I was wanting to pick today. I don't think that's a foe we're equipped to take on with just the Xeno Zapper. However, this drop pod is also surrounded by valuable minerals, so let's jump down and pick up as many of those as we can. We've got some screws, some reinforced iron plates over here. Looks like some modular frames and regular iron plates, and we can always jump up on the drop pod in order to be safe from the hog. Don't think he can get us up here. Got some more reinforced iron plates back here, and there he to us. So let's retreat to the high ground once again. Now, one of the things that's new with 1.1 is that we can also loot the drop pod itself if we can. We're stuck in a corner. This is
That's
not
I
great.
break my own rule all
Not
the time.
great.
I'm not warning people I'm not gonna. And then I always assume they're going
Okay.
for it though.
So we can
I
eat some
know
pale
better.
berries, recover a little bit
I
of health.
know better.
And as I was saying, we can go ahead and loot the drop pod itself
been
by
playing this game since
deconstructing
it
the
came out.
different
I know
components. We
better.
can go to deconstruction mode and dismantle this crash debris for some rods, some cabling, and some copper sheets. Looks like we have some more there for rods, plates, and screws. And up here we have a little bit more. We can take some plates and motors, some wire and cable there, and even the primary drop pod itself for some more reinforced iron plates, screws, and rods. So if we can loot all of those components, then that might give us everything we need to send off this logistics milestone. Got one more thing over there, so we got a couple more rotors and plates. And we can take one last look around just to see if there's anything else of value here, although we don't want to linger too long because I don't know where the hog is. He got out of sight there, and that makes me a little bit nervous. Alright, now in order to befriend a lizard doggo, what we'll need to do is simply drop down a paleberry on the ground. Go ahead and split the stack. And if it sees it, it should come on over and eat it. Yeah, there we go. As soon as it eats some of our paleberries, it will be our friend. There we go. This lizard doggo is our friend. We will name you Lily. Lily? And come on home. You can follow us back to our base. Now, lizard doggos aren't the best at navigating the terrain, so we do kind of need to babysit, hold their hand as we move about. So a cliff like this is not going to be suitable for a lizard doggo to traverse, at least not very easily. Alright, having made it back home with our paleberries, we can go ahead and get another lizard doggo, although this one got close and got spooked. That's unfortunate. We'll try again later. That's okay. But now we have enough resources. Looks like we're a little bit low on iron rods, but we should have enough that we are
I know you
able
weren't
to,
following me earlier. There's
to
no way.
complete
What
this
were you
milestone.
doing?
Let's see if we can.
You should
try
have
this
been further
lizard
back
doggo
then.
again. Perfect. All right, and this one can be Grace. Billy and Grace. And they will just follow us around base for a little bit, and once we have the base building milestone unlocked, we should be able to give them a proper enclosure. But we can go ahead and loot all of our different storage containers in order to unlock the logistics milestone, and I think we are in a... we have plenty of resources for that, so let's pop on over here. Yes, excellent, excellent, excellent. Let's head over to the hub and send off our first drop pod, our first milestone, and then we can start refactoring our base to be quite a bit more efficient.
Milestone reached. Conveyor belts can now merge, split, and lift to save space and enhance the productivity of your factory. Fix-It encourages you to consider investing in verticality when it comes to factory logistics. If you feel stressed by this complexity, imagine yourself on the shore of a vast and calm ocean. Breathe in, visualize all the people relying on you. The sea is made of billions of faces, each staring at you with hope and tears in their eyes. Breathe out, feel refreshed and focused on your duties.
Who is my partner?
All right, and with the logistics milestone unlocked, we now have mergers and splitters, which is great because we can start to do things like split off our biomass production and feed it into multiple biomass burners. And so we have a little bit of power excess there that we can use in order to expand our production lines just a little bit. Now, the first thing I think I want to do is actually set up a new production line, and that is going to be for concrete. Now, I did notice that we have another limestone bin, actually two of them, right over here. There's one just in the back there and one right here. Let's go ahead and clear out the rock on top of this closer one. Start with concrete. So we'll place a miner on top of this. And then concrete does not require a smelter, just a constructor. So we can place a belt just like so. All right, now if you're going to place a belt and you find that you get the invalid belt shape, then what you can do is press R to switch build modes. And sometimes one of the other build modes will be able to satisfy the sort of belt placement requirements without causing too much trouble. Connect this into our existing power network just like so, and set our constructor over here to produce concrete for us. Excellent.
Yes.
It looks like our drop pod is returning home, so once that is done, we'll be able to select another. But before we do that, I want to go ahead and clean up our production lines just a little bit through here. And we can do this in a couple of different ways, but I think, for example, I want to expand what we're producing here using our new technologies. So, for example, here we have a miner pulling 120 iron ore per minute out of the ground. Now, we're limited by our belts to only move 60 of that, but even so, our smelters can only handle 30 at a time. So by placing a second smelter here, we can actually take advantage of the full 60 that our belts can provide. And all we need to do is split off a line just like so and provide power. Make sure this is set to iron. And actually, let's get this connected to our power poles back at the hub. And there we go. So now we have a second smelter running, and this means that we can do something like expand our iron plate production. Fortunately, it looks like we're out of cables, so let's set down a crafting bench here and craft some up. And we need 8 to place a constructor, but we're probably going to be building a few constructors, and we'll definitely need some additional cable for power lines. So we'll go ahead and make about 50 here. And then that should allow us to easily craft this constructor, run the belt line from our smelter in, and connect power up. Now, just in the same way that we were splitting the copper ore off at the beginning, we can go ahead and merge final output before it goes into our storage chest. And one of the ways we can do that is if we select a conveyor splitter on our top bar, we can press E to cycle between buildings of a certain type, and that'll switch it over to a merger, and then we can place that on our belt line and connect the output of our constructor. So now we have 2 constructors producing iron plates instead of 1. So instead of making 20 a minute, we should be making 40 a minute, which will be very nice. And we can do a similar thing over here with iron rods as well. In the same way before, we're overproducing on iron. So let's go ahead and set up another smelter over here and another
Wait. No, I can fix this.
constructor. Let's see, can we put a merger on this one?
Can't believe
It'll be close, but we should be able to do it. It clips just a little bit. We're going to be cleaning up all this spaghetti here in a little bit when we build a proper factory. For now, if we can get more of these machines set up and powered, then we can get there that much faster. Run another conveyor splitter over here. Make sure we're producing iron ore and iron rods. Now here's actually an interesting one. The iron rods only take 15 iron ingots per minute. So rather than running a whole other smelter here and splitting off the iron there, what we can do is actually just split off the iron ingots out of this first smelter and double the amount of iron rods we're producing, while still only using the 30 ore from the one smelter. And what that can let us do is run another smelter over a little further away off of that production line, and then use that smelter, set up a new production line over here for screws. So let's go ahead and get this one. Make sure we're producing the right items. And so we can extend our power pole over here, connect up this smelter and this constructor. This constructor is making iron rods, and just as before, we actually let's rather than sending these directly into a smelter, let's send this into a splitter in front of our smelter over here. And then we can set up 2 production lines here. So we'll set up a constructor there and another one beside it. And just feed those in just like so. And then our smelter can provide for both of these constructors straight away. Extend our power over here. And the spaghetti is real, but again, this is a temporary setup just to get the resources we need to build something a little bit bigger. We are once again out of cable. Fortunately, we still have the materials for a crafting bench and can always make up some more. Alright, now these 2 constructors are producing iron rods, and what we can do is send them into constructors that will produce not iron rods, but screws, which are made from iron rods. We can do the same here. And then in front of these constructors, we can place a merger. Just like so. And last but not least, a storage container for screws. Final step will be to connect power up here. Just like that, we now have screw production underway, and we have 2 constructors producing iron plates, 2 producing iron rods, and 2 producing screws. So we should be producing, 80 screws per minute. All right, next up, we're going to turn our attention over here to copper, because we have a similar inefficiency over here on our copper node, where we're mining 120 but only smelting 30. But just like with the iron rods, we're actually only using 15 of those ingots in our constructor, so we can set up another constructor. However, I see that we're getting pretty close to our power capacity. So before we do that, I think we're going to need to expand our biomass burner array just a little bit. Unfortunately, with so many machines just churning away, we are getting all the resources we need, and we should be able to do this quite quickly. So instead of continuing with this setup, what we may want to do over here is actually set up one for wood processing. So we'll go ahead and place down 3 additional biomass burners. Do these just in line like we have before. And just like on the other side, we'll place a splitter that will feed into all 3 of these. Just like so. And then we can run our conveyor belts over to each of these. Place a constructor, which can feed into our splitters. And make sure that that gets connected to power, and we'll set this to process wood rather than leaves, and go ahead and prime it with some wood, and then place, leading into that, a storage container we can use to automatically feed it wood. Alright, let's head on over and see what we can do with our copper production. Now, fortunately, we found many reinforced iron plates, so we don't need to craft more of those manually. If we needed to, then having the screw and plate production in place would make that quite a bit quicker. For now, let's go ahead and let's actually move this storage container forward just a little bit. And we can start increasing our production over here, like so. And we can start by placing down another constructor right next door and splitting off our current copper line and then merging the output just there. Should be already configured to produce wire. Excellent. And so we need a little bit more power up here. Let's here we can draw out another power pole there. Just like that, we have doubled our wire production. But wire isn't all we need. I think we might want to do a couple more constructors over here. And another smelter in order to feed them. Alright, and just like that, we have now two more constructors producing wire. Looks like we need to set up power here. And then, now that we have that wire being produced, we can go ahead and send that into another constructor up here, turn the wire into cable for us. Place that there, run a belt line forward, and place another merger on that to connect the output from our 2 wire splitters. Let's set this one to cable, and There we go. Just like that, we have cable production underway and fully automated. Looks like we need a little bit more power. Power pull over here. And there we go. All right, now this is a much more efficient setup. It's still not perfect, but it will do for now. We're still pulling 120 ore per minute out of our copper node, but now we are splitting that into 2 smelters, so we are at least maxing out our belt lines, even though we can only use half of what we're producing from our miners, so we should see this flicker to yellow in just a moment. Yeah, so it's going to alternate between yellow and green pretty frequently. But those smelters are producing 60 copper ingots per minute, which is being sent into 4 constructors using 15 apiece to produce 120 copper wire. 60 of that is going into storage. The other 60 is coming over here into another constructor to produce 30 cabling per minute. And so now we should have plenty of cabling and never run low again. So I think the only thing we are underproducing on at this stage now is the is concrete, and unfortunately that's going to require more miners. And to build more miners, if we add these to our to-do list, we can see that we're going to need more portable miners. Portable miners are crafted in an equipment workshop, so let's set up one of those.
Oh fuck, how am I always doing
Make up
that?
a couple of these portable miners so that we can expand our concrete production lines, because this is something that we are going to need a lot of. I think actually we have the power for it. Setting up 3 more concrete production lines at all of our local limestone nodes will be a worthwhile endeavor for us. So let's make sure we have the resources for it. We need 3 miners and 3
because it's not working.
constructors.
You can't just have one power.
Looks like we do indeed have everything we need for
Like
that.
I
How
get
are
it.
we
You want
looking
to
on
limit.
power? That'll be another 30 megawatts of power.
You want to
And
limit.
yes, that'll only take us up to about 140, a little less than that. And we have 180 megawatts of capacity, so we should be okay in that regard too. All right, now with those production lines set up, let's go ahead and see what we can do about sending off our next milestone, base building. Looks like we're going to need some concrete. Go ahead and pick that up. We should be able to send that off straight away and see what we have next.
Ah!
Milestone reached. Several
Oh,
new
God.
structures are now available for improving factory organization. Foundations provide a building grid, which makes it easier to manage placement of any structure. In the event that you are experiencing amnesia
There
for
could be
all
something
events
worth it
prior
up
to
here.
planetfall, be reassured that memories of
I'm just
beloved
looking around
humans and or
anything.
animals would have only been distractions from your important mission.
All right, it has been just a minute, and our drop pod is just returning from sending off the base building milestone. All right, and now that we have base building done, one of the things we can do is set up an enclosure for our lizard doggos. We had 2 of them. I only see 1 right now. But what we'll want to do here is place down a foundation, and if we press control, we can go ahead and make sure we get this on the global grid. And then invite the doggo up onto the foundation and set up some walls around it. Now, doggos can climb 1 high walls, but they cannot climb 2 high walls. So we can set up 2 high walls all around, and that way this doggo will be safe. And if our other one manages to reappear, or if we find more, we can bring them around and place them inside by clearing out some walls, herding them in, and then rebuilding it. All right, now with that milestone done, I think we can take a look at our 3rd and final milestone in Tier 1, which is field research. This will be really useful because it'll give us the MAM, and I definitely want to take advantage of some early hard drives before we get into Tier 2, because that will greatly expand the pool of alternate recipes, and we'll want to clear out as many of them as we can. Looks like we found our other lizard doggo. Do you have anything for us?
Oh,
Not
we
yet.
almost
All
died
right, that's
again.
okay. Let's head on over and get you into your enclosure here.
How do they specifically know me so well?
And come on in. Alright, now those doggos tucked safe away, let's send off our field research milestone and see what the MAM has for us.
I can use this. Oh my god, there's one right there.
Milestone reached. Supply the molecular analysis machine, referred to as the MAM, with local resources to research and develop new technologies. Potential technologies include exploration tools, weapons, and factory buildings. These are essential for maximizing your Pioneer efficiency in alignment with Fixit's core pillars: construct, automate, explore, and exploit. To advance Fixit's mission, all notable phenomena, resources, technology, or other influence should be investigated regardless of any perceived danger, as stated in the Pioneer
Oh no.
contract.
All right, and with the
Oh my
last
God.
milestone in Tier 1 sent away, it looks like we have completed Tier 1,
could've seen it
and
on
it looks
there.
like all we have left to do is build our proper starter base. Now, I don't think we're going to get to that today, at least not fully, but one thing we can do is probably clean up our power plant a bit. Now, before we do that, let's go ahead and take a look at the MAM and see what we can do. Now, each of the things we found while we were out exploring, the alien bits, the Caterium, the quartz, the power slugs, will all be research trees that we'll explore at a later time. But for now, we're going to get started with one of these hard drives. We can get this started. And then the other thing I want to do, once our drop pod returns, is send off another milestone in Tier 2, our first one in Tier 2, which is obstacle clearing. So let's go ahead and gather up the materials for that. And that will allow us to rebuild our power plant and improve its efficiency by another 25% or so, which is huge when you are gathering all of the biomass by hand. So I think for that milestone, we're going to need a stack
Oh
of
my God.
screws. We'll also need some more cabling. Beautiful. All right. And with that done, let's go ahead and take a look at obstacle clearing. Now, obstacle clearing is usually the first milestone I get in Tier 2, simply because it allows us to sort of bridge the gap from Tier 1 into Tier 2, and it doesn't require any new components, just screws, cabling, and concrete, which we have already automated fully. So let's go ahead and send that off. It'll also give us access to the chainsaw, which will let us gather biomass much more quickly, and more importantly, it'll give us access to solid biofuel, which will greatly increase the efficiency of our biomass burners.
Solid biofuel, created from any biomass, ensures maximum efficiency of biomass burners. To aid in biofuel production, the chainsaw allows for the removal of tougher wood and floral foliage. Additionally, your pocket dimension has been inflated to increase inventory size.
All right, now let's go ahead and get started on setting up our base by rebuilding our power plant. But before we do that, I want to make a little bit of biomass and a little bit of solid biofuel, because I want to see what its burn time is, as well as what its craft time in a constructor is. So let's lay down a constructor real quick and see what we can do with solid biofuel. Now, this is going to take 120 biomass per minute. Right now, we can only provide 60, so we'll be running at half capacity. Now, by default, that would produce 60 solid biofuel per minute, so we're going to be producing 30. And if we come on over here and take a look at a biomass burner, let's go ahead and drop in some solid biofuel here. It looks like it consumes 4 per minute. That gives us some guidelines for building this plant. It means we're going to want a set of constructors that will take our raw materials, our leaves and wood, turn them into biomass, and then another constructor to craft it into solid biofuel. We'll want to then send that into an array of 15 biomass burners. Now, 15 biomass burners should produce 450 megawatts of power. If we take a look, we're only using 135, so that'll give us room to triple the size of our current factory, which should be more than enough to get us through Tier 2. So as our drop pod returns from sending off the obstacle clearing milestone, we can go ahead and get started on this power plant. Let's get into it. All right, one more thing before we get into it. I want to make it clear how I'm going to be doing these time lapses. And so let's go ahead and place down some storage containers over here. And what we're going to do is build up a stockpile of all the resources we need. And so, for example, if we're going to have an array of 15 biomass burners, I think I want to do that as a 4x4 array with one corner missing. And so that will require a 4x6 grid of foundations. So we can go ahead and say we're going to need 24 foundations. And actually, let's bump that up to a 5x7 grid. So we'll need 35 foundations, and that's just for the biomass array. Let's call that 50 foundations, so we have room for our constructors as well. We're definitely going to need 50 foundations, and that means we're going to need some more iron plates, although we might have enough concrete for it. Now we are going to need 15 biomass burners, so we can add those to the list. We're definitely going to need 3 constructors and a whole bunch of power lines and power poles. Let's go ahead and say we're going to have 1 power pole for each biomass burner, and then we'll call it 20 power poles in general. And that's going to give us a general idea of how many resources we need to have stockpiled before we start building this. Because remember, we're going to be cutting power to our factory. We're not going to be getting any more new parts once it's done. So we want to make sure we have all of those resources nearby. Let's go ahead and pick up all of those resources and start stockpiling them over here so we can have them in our inventory. So now that we have all of that material set up, I'm going to go ahead and bring in a second account in multiplayer so that I can film this in third person. And I'm going to be using the Fixit Cam mod in order to do this. How Fixit Cam works is I can go ahead and create a scene and then edit that scene in order to create a camera path. And so I know that we're going to be building something over here a little bit, move around over this way, and just create some keyframes that indicate where we want the camera to be at different points in the video. Change some settings here to make sure that we have consistent lighting. Let's do this one in the early morning light. So we'll do this right there, I think. Should be good. And so what this will do is this will automatically pan the camera. It'll automatically track around here. And so we can then have our second player, multiplayer, tear down the buildings in front of this and construct our new power plant while the camera watches on. And so then if we play that camera path, see that the camera will naturally sort of move about that path, and we can use that as the guide for while we build our new power plant. All right, now so let's go ahead and dump our inventory into one of these storage containers. We'll load our second player in, and all of the resources we're pulling out of our current power plant will go into these same storage crates, and then we can use that camera mod in order to film the time lapse. Let's get into it.
Still fucking got me. I didn't hear a thing going off though. I know for a fact I didn't hear shit that time.
All right, and that is a biomass power plant all complete. I think our last step is going to be to run the power. Oh, we've got to collect our resources, collect our inventory. Pick all of that up. Clean up our storage area. There we go. And I think all that we have left now is to reconnect power to our factory. I'm not sure if this power line is all we need to reconnect or if we'll need to reconnect on the other side as well. But we can go ahead and do just like that. And now, pull the switch. And yes, we are up to 450 megawatts of capacity, and all of our machines are running again. Now, for distribution of items between the different generators, I am using a modified manifold system. So instead of a load balancer where you try and create a forking tree of belts from your splitters in order to provide exactly the same amount to every single generator, in a manifold you set them up in a line like this. And how this works is that suppose we have 60 solid biofuel coming
are
down
they
this
built
line.
in?
At this first
No.
junction, 30 of it is going to go into this first biomass burner, and 30 will pass on. That means that 15 will go into the second, and 15 will pass on, and then 7.5 will go to the third and to the fourth, as that's the sort of the final junction there. Now, that is true at the start. However, once this first biomass burner completely fills, and you can see we've already built up 120 spare solid biofuel here. Once it hits 200, then this line will clog, and this biomass burner will then only draw what it needs. It'll only be taking 4 per minute, which means that the 60 down this line will then be split, sending 4 into that first burner and 56 onto the next one. And it would then just take a few more minutes to fill up our second burner, and then all of them in line. And at that point, this entire manifold would only be drawing 16 solid biofuel, no matter how many we were sending down the line. It would only accept them if there was room to receive them within the generators. And that means that if, supposing we're sending in 120 biofuel here, supposing we're sending in 120 biofuel here, or even 60 biofuel here, we'll only be splitting off 16 for this bank of generators, and the rest will be passed along. And eventually, we will fill all 15 of our generators here. We have 8 more in the middle there, 3 more here on the far end. And once that's happened, then we will have 100% perfect efficiency. So this will take a little bit of time to pre-fill before it reaches that level of efficiency. That's the nature of using manifolds in these systems. But once it does so, it will be exactly as efficient as using a splitter setup, and can be done much more neatly and in a much more scalable way. You know, if we wanted, we could extend this out and do another bank of generators over here on the backside, for example, of it, and double the size of the array without having to modify anything on this side. And I think with that power plant complete, that is where we are going to leave it for today. We'll have to get into a proper build next time in order to clean up the rest of our spaghetti and take a look at the rest of the Tier 2 milestones. In particular, part assembly and logistics Mark II will be necessary for cleaning up the rest of our components and taking advantage of all of our other production lines. Once that's done, we can take a look at jump pads and the resource sync bonus program, and then send off our space elevator. So I'd like to thank you guys for spending a few minutes with me here in the world of Satisfactory. If you made it this far, please consider liking and subscribing, and recommend this video to your friends if you think they would enjoy it, or if they're just getting into Satisfactory. I hope that it would be a good introduction to the game. My name is Dakoba, and I hope you have an efficient day. I will see you soon.
trying to get in the puzzle.
Already got full ammo.
When you're getting angry, you do it to yourself every time. Oh, that's not even open. Oh my god, how do I keep doing that?
Please welcome to the stage four-time McDonald's Monopoly Instant winner, Many Kudos.
Wow, thank you all so much for coming out tonight. It's with great pleasure that I am thrilled to be honored to share with you a clip from our upcoming video, The Many Scandals of E3.
What's up, world?
Can we skip this?
I'm Travis Scott. This is my McDonald's order.
The year is 1995, and video games are on the verge of collapse. Whoa, free Q. This beautiful intersection of art and interactivity and jiggle physics, the next frontier of storytelling and human expression, reduced to yet another scapegoat in the long line of scapegoats. In the eyes of the public, violent video games and youth violence went hand in controller, and politicians were salivating at the chance to rile people up. The games industry needed to be taken seriously. They needed. E3 was an unforgettable experience, even if you'd never been. Day after day of massive announcements, live streams, elaborate booths, sneak peeks at the newest games, consoles and gimmicks, all peppered with some of the most uncomfortable moments ever broadcast to the internet. And wouldn't you know it, even the founding of E3 was a scandal. Today, two of the most popular games amongst kids are a literal shooter and a game where you can set animals on fire so that their meat comes out pre-cooked when they die. So it's easy to forget that there was once a period where video games were vilified for their violence. With gory video games like Mortal Kombat and Kirby's Race War making their way to home consoles, parents and politicians grew concerned that greedy game growers would happily indoctrinate a new generation of school shooters if it meant they could sell just a few cartridges more. This culminated in the 93-94 congressional hearings, headed by Senators Joe Lieberman and Herb Kohl, who sounds like a fucking Star Wars character. Now, while the link between being a violent baby and owning gun for the original Xbox are tenuous at best, these hearings did make one valid point. Video games had no consistent rating system. This meant the moms of pre-internet America had to trust that their kids wouldn't lie about the gory nudity or full frontal violence that these consoles were now able to render in 16 glorious bits. Let's just hope little Timmy doesn't come across a man made of Lego or his fucking Winter Soldier style programming will kick in and try and pull off both his head and spine in one move. The government gave these proto-nerds an ultimatum. Either your industry creates a rating system, or the government will, and it will probably be done badly, because it's the US government. At the time, Sega and Nintendo were in the midst of one of the bloodiest console wars in gaming history, and this rivalry spilled into the hearings, with goody two-shoes Nintendo boasting about how they required Mortal Kombat to replace all the blood with cum in their version, unlike those charlatans over at Sega. When it became apparent they needed to establish a consistent rating system, Nintendo also refused to adopt the crude rating system that Sega used on their own products, as this would be like admitting they were right all along, I guess. Grow up, Nintendo. But once it became apparent that this was bigger than just them, Sega, Nintendo, and a whole bunch of other cunts all came together to create the ESA, the Entertainment Software Association. They created the ESRB, the rating system still used in North America to this day. And what a coincidence, they also created E3. You're wondering where I was going with all that shit. It was them. They made E3. Violence wasn't the only stigma orbiting video games in the mid-90s. Unlike mature, socially acceptable activities like driving home drunk from the pub at 2 AM or sitting on the couch watching sport all day, video games were dismissed as toys for children. This stigma bled into the consumer electronic industry, where our scrappy heroes were undervalued and underestimated. Before Sega and Nintendo peddled their wares at E3, they were peddling all over themselves at the Consumer Electronics Show, or CES. These events were hugely important for networking and enticing buyers from retailers big and small. But CES seemed almost embarrassed to include video games alongside electronic address books and back massages, opting to put them up in a tent in a parking lot nearby. Pat Farrell, head of GamePro magazine, played here by an actor, told Polygon,
"They put some porta potties out there and a little snacks stand where you could pick up a cookie. Everyone was like, this is bullshit, this is like Afghanistan.
Tom Kalinske, then CEO of Sega of America, said you had to walk past the porn section to get to the video game section. One year it was raining and the water leaked onto my Genesis machines. Oh boy. I turned to my team and I said, that's it. We're never coming back here again. And lo, Sega never did. But the remaining companies like Nintendo were reluctant to leave CES out of fear that they might not be allowed back into the prestigious event should they come crawling back with their strange furry tails tucked between their legs. How do those furries keep that tail so realistically attached to their backs? Hey. When a meeting was arranged between CES and the game companies who were frustrated with how they were being treated, the Consumer Electronics Show basically told them,
Beat up, banana, 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 ha 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 ha. But today, I want to talk to you about something serious. Look, you guys make toys. We don't really consider you consumer electronics, but you're welcome to exhibit at our show. So basically, live with it.
This was the final straw. To quote Aretha Franklin, they weren't getting any RESPEPT. Not from the government and not from their peers. They needed to change that. They needed an event of their own. They need... yeah, not as impressive this time. I've been here for like 10 minutes now, so... It was time for pure corporate warfare. Once those consumer electronics fellas found out that the ESA had started their own event with blackjack video games and hooker video games, they suddenly changed their tune about gaming and organized their own video game exclusive consumer electronics show. While the game companies still weren't happy with the lack of respect from CES, Microsoft, Nintendo and others were unwilling to risk their spot at the Consumer Electronics Show to gamble on E3, the risky new convention. The Consumer Electronics Show's Gamer Convention was also booked months earlier than E3, which suited buyers better. So Pat Farrell, now heading up at E3, made a bold decision. They moved E3 to the exact same days. Now everyone had to choose. They couldn't be both. Through some aggressive PR, which proudly proclaimed every time a new company had been brought over to the dark side of E3, Patty Farrell gradually managed to siphon more and more businesses away from CES. One day, he got a phone call from Gary Shapiro of CES, who simply said, "You win." Nintendo and Microsoft joined that same afternoon. Bitch! I see you over there. I see you. The console wars are fantastic marketing tools that encourage a sports-like backing that has turbo neats calling each other slurs and decrepit backlit forum pages over which console has the better GPU or which one pays the most. That's my big boy. God. Naturally, companies lean heavily into
Didn't
this
I clear that out
at E3.
already?
From elaborate booths to their fancy, well-rehearsed press conferences, these brands love to put their money on display, all in an attempt to convince you which game or console you should spend the next 3 years screaming about on Twitter. You can see why. Time and time again, we've seen brands make or break their next console, all thanks to a successful or disastrous E3 conference. This precedent was set at the very first E3 in 1995 with Sony's legendary PS1 reveal. Hey, this first one might be a bit familiar if you've seen my video on the Red Ring of Death. At the same E3, Sega shocked all with the surprise reveal that the Sega Saturn, their newest, planetiest console, would be available at retailers that day.
We're at retail today in 1,800 Toys R Us.
Hard to imagine for a company that today survives on making one good Sonic game every 10 years. But at the time, Sega were the big boys, swinging their plump chili dogs in everyone's faces. Meanwhile, Sony's big beautiful beige brick, the PS1, was the scrappy underdog, vying for attention. And after explaining the PS1's tech and games and shit, PlayStation's US lead Steve Race waddled on stage for a brief presentation. He took to the stage, said $2.99, and then waddled off. The crowd went berserk, or as berserk as a bunch of game journalists in 1995 can get. $299 was the PlayStation's price, and it was a full $100 cheaper than the Sega Saturn, or around 200 Costco hot dogs in today's currency. Meanwhile, Sega's surprise early release tactic angered video game nerds who had bugger all launch titles to choose from, as well as retailers who weren't expecting it for another 4 months. I don't feel like I have to tell you how that one shook out. Mom, it was the PlayStation! They sold like 10 times more than the Sega Saturn. Funny then that Sony learned nothing from this. 11 years later, Kaz Hirai in his stupid pink shirt took to the stage at E3 2006 to announce the PlayStation 3 and its now infamous $499 price tag, which was $100 more than its rival, the Xbox 360. Now this was also mentioned in my Red Ring of Death video, but because that focused on the Xbox 360, I never mentioned why the PS3 cost so much. You see, Sony was fighting wars on multiple fronts. While the PlayStation was up against Microsoft and Nintendo's consoles, Sony's newly minted Blu-ray format was fighting the battle for disc media supremacy against Toshiba's HD DVD. The disc boxes were even color-coded like game boxes, with different exclusives depending on which studio backed which formats. In a particularly bold move, Sony decided to include a Blu-ray player in every PS3. Keep in mind, standalone Blu-ray players were going for $1,000 at the time, so getting one in your PS3 for only $100 more than the Xbox 360 made the PS3 a great deal. In theory. As good a deal as it was, most gamers wanted their game console to play games. So having to spend $100 more and wait a year later than the Xbox 360 set the PS3 off on a rocky start. And a fun twist, this ended up being the correct move, as integrating Blu-ray into the PS3 single-handedly helped Sony defeat Toshiba's HD DVD. Despite the console's turbulent start, the PS3 would go on to sell a whopping 87.4 million units and 0 games. That meant 87 million houses with a Blu-ray player, even if they didn't buy it for that reason. For comparison, 1 month before they cancelled the HD DVD player, Toshiba announced that they had sold under 1 million HD DVD players. Yikes! Can we get Toshiba cancelled on Twitter? Now, a Blu-ray player is actually quite useful, but it was still a vestigial addition for the home media crowd, which added nothing to the core gaming experience while massively inflating the price. Wow! I wonder who could have done something like...
Now this needed to be its own segment.
What should have been Microsoft's chance to win fans back over turned into a massacre after Sony used their E3 conference to go for the throat. Now, the Xbox One didn't start on the best footing. Rumors that it would be always online had been circling the internet for months. And it's important to remember this was back when people cared about things which actually mattered. A few weeks prior to E3 2013, the Xbox One was officially unveiled at a Microsoft press conference, and for some fucking reason, focused primarily on its offering as a glorified cable box, as Phil Spencer would one day reflect. We showed things like The Price is Right, for instance. In fact, I think the very first piece of content we showed on an Xbox One was a TV show. This confused everyone, from consumers who bizarrely were expecting a game console to the people who worked on the damn thing, who thought they were building a game console. It's also just funny from a marketing standpoint. Like, unlike gamers, normies who just watch TV and movies aren't tuning into keynote speeches about exciting new boxes they can watch television on, especially when that box is the sequel to a video game console. Hey, get this off the fucking screen, man! The dreaded always online function turned out to be mostly true, with these fucking scumbags trying to corporate speak their way into convincing you that it's actually freaking awesome to have to log your Xbox in once every 24 hours or lose access to the single player games you paid for. This is bad for a number of reasons, but even if you have a flawless internet connection, it's still a greedy, restrictive policy that punishes gamers in order to prop up a bunch of other awful anti-consumer features. All of this always online nonsense was supposedly to allow developers to create massive persistent worlds that evolve even when you're not playing, which is something PC gaming dial-up. as well as being able to access your digital library at your friend's house, which is something 3 people would have used. Gone are the simple days of buying a physical game and playing, trading, or selling it as you wish. In the proposed Xbox One Cyberpunk hell, your physical games are now just mysterious disc-shaped keys bound forever to your Microsoft account once placed inside the Xbox One's tight little slit. This convoluted announcement proudly boasts that anyone can play any games on your console regardless of their relationship to you, which is how it's always worked. Of course, the real kicker is their policy on trading and selling games. A policy in which Microsoft has kindly allowed developers to choose whether or not their games can be traded or resold. So, just to reiterate, this would be Microsoft going to a company and saying, "Hey, do you want to make more money or less money?" Besides intentionally attacking the secondary market to prohibit third-party sales so Don Matrick can afford more first-class flights, this would have been dire news for game preservation, as well as like the way you expect purchasing an item to work. You will own nothing and be ambivalent about it. Finally, like the PlayStation had done 7 years ago, Microsoft had superglued an additional piece of technology onto every Xbox One, something that added nothing to the core gaming experience while inflating the console's price. The Kinect! Microsoft's answer to the Wii's grandma-friendly money-printing motion controls. Not only did this jack up the price for a gimmick aimed at a casual audience, it was required to run the damn thing, even if you didn't own a single Kinect game. It is imperative that Microsoft have a camera and microphone in your living room 24/7 with a direct feed going to the digital panopticon in Bill Gates' office. So, people hated it. It's a nice reminder to the fucking ghouls in charge that at the end of the day, it's us that holds power, not them. And their blatant anti-consumerism would not go unpunished. In addition to a tidal wave of bad press and Angry Joe videos about the situation, there was a deluge of negative comments and cool 2013 memes mocking Microsoft's new, stupid home media hub. And of course, the console's name, which Microsoft hoped would be abbreviated to the mentally lame The One, in the same way people say the 360, ended up earning the nickname the Xbone. Still, this was nothing compared to what Sony did in response, or rather, didn't do. 3 weeks later, E3 2013. This was Microsoft's chance to win everyone back. While they managed to actually show off some video games for their video game console, they did little to address or clarify their stance on trading games or being always online, despite the deluge of criticism. When they did discuss it in interviews afterwards, it didn't exactly go to plan. You might have seen this insane quote from Xbox's Don Matrick, who looks like Martin Shkreli mixed with Adam Scott, where he says,
"Fortunately, we have a product for people who aren't able to get some form of connectivity. It's called Xbox 360.
Right. So stick with 360, that's your message if you don't.
Well,
it's funny, you can see the exact moment he knows he fucked up. Like he'd sort of planned for this, but only realized how bad it sounded after it had already left his throat. Several hours after Microsoft's E3 presentation, Sony held their own to reveal the PS4. In a series of slides and speeches that were clearly added or tweaked to specifically call out the Xbox One, Sony announced to raucous applause, "As we make our leap into the next generation of gaming, we at Sony have decided to not do any of that shit." With no mandatory additions like the Kinect weighing it down, the PS4 was also able to undercut the Xbox One by a full $100, as the Xbox 360 had done to the PS3 just one generation ago. As a final fuck you, Sony bigwigs Adam Boyes and Shu Yoshida filmed a 20-second clip that, in contrast to Xbox's labyrinthian games ownership rules, showed just how simple it was to trade a PS4 game.
This is how you share your games on PS4.
Thanks.
Now keep in mind, this was before every corporation decided to act like a sassy, somehow lamer version of Wendy's Twitter. So this casual, passive-aggressive, shitposty energy felt unique and refreshing, especially coming from the Japanese megacorp. While Microsoft felt out of touch with gamers, Sony seemed more in tune than ever, and this clip was phenomenal guerrilla marketing. After a week of constant mockery from fans, rivals, and even the US military, Microsoft caved and reversed its always online policy and restrictive game licensing rules. They also removed the requirements for the Kinect to be plugged in for the console to function, but still included one in every box at launch, perhaps trying to force it into relevancy like Sony did with Blu-ray. Unfortunately for Microsoft, the damage was already done. Microsoft stopped publishing sales numbers about a year after the console's release, which says something in itself. But in 2023, they finally admitted that Sony had sold around twice as many PS4s as they had sold Xbox Ones. That disastrous console reveal really put such a sour taste in the mouth of the consumer that even today, 12 years since the Xbox One was revealed, Microsoft has never been able to recapture the massive dominance they held during the 360 era. Current Xbox head and sourpuss Phil Spencer believes that this was the worst generation to lose.
This is the first generation where the big games that they're playing were games that were available last gen. When you think about Fortnite and Roblox and Minecraft, like the continuity from generation to generation is so strong. I see a lot of pundits out there that kind of want to go back to the time where we all had cartridges and discs and every new generation was a clean slate. There is no world where Starfield's an 11 out of 10 and people start selling their PS5.
I agree, Phil. That shit was like a 6 at best. Today, pretty clear divide between cinematic trailers, which are fully pre-rendered cutscenes that show off the story, characters, and tone of a game while featuring no actual gameplay, and gameplay trailers, which do, in theory. We have cute little disclaimers now, telling you if it's pre-rendered or what console it was captured on, or reminders for John to call up his mum because it's her birthday today. These disclaimers because John forgot to say happy birthday to his mum last year. She took it really bad. And because of the massive fan backlash to a number of high-profile fake trailers, which I have, in my boundless generosity, decided to talk to you about today. Best examples of this sort of false advertising was the Killzone 2 trailer shown at E3 2005. The PS3 game swept the show with its phenomenal action-packed first-person trailer that was touted as real gameplay. If this is true in-game rendering though, and again we have no reason to believe that it's not, the Killzone 2 is definitely one of the most impressive visual demos ever to appear at E3. Now, it seems so obviously fake in retrospect. The camera and character movement is so fluid that it feels more like an arcade rail shooter, not to mention the sort of fire, smoke and lighting effects that had no hope of being rendered in real time back then. I suppose it speaks to the optimism we had for new consoles back in the 2000s, with a large chunk of gamers, journalists and industry professionals all thinking, who knows, maybe the PS3 can run this? With graphics miles ahead of anything else shown, optimistic gamers blindly believe that it has to be real, while more skeptical fedora-wearing gamers argue that the only reason it looks better is because it's fake. Still, when pressed about the trailer, Sony bigwig Jack Tritton reaffirmed that it was actual gameplay.
Is there some stuff in there that's just, computer smoke and mirrors?
It's definitely real. I guess we're pretty good at keeping secrets because the dev kits were out there. The dev kits are very intuitive, so people did some incredible things. And that's one thing Ted wanted to make sure everybody understood. That is real gameplay everybody's seeing out there.
As you can imagine, the staff Guerrilla weren't exactly impressed.
Watching this back home, going like, no, what does he just say? Because, that's not true. But then we figured, like, nobody will believe that because it's obvious that it's all rendered. And then we went online, and lots of people actually did believe it. And then we were like, oh, this is not good.
In interviews done since then, several current and former Guerrilla Games staff revealed that the trailer was not only pre-rendered, it was only meant to be used internally as a benchmark to strive for, and would also be shown privately to select members of the press to give them a feel for the kind of game they hoped to make. Apparently, Sony was so impressed by the trailer that they chose to show it to the world instead, during their E3 2005 press conference. Still, the team took this in their stride and used the hype as motivation to help them match the trailer's lofty vision. Killzone 2 were going to be the first video game in history to be named Killzone 2 on release. While the Killzone 2 trailer was completely pre-rendered, the line between cinematic and gameplay was blurred several times in a row by... Oh, sorry, I have to climb a tower to reveal this part of the video. Ah, of course. For whatever reason, in the early to mid-2010s, Ubisoft's marketing team decided that their gameplay trailers should all lie in the most obnoxious way possible. The Division, Far Cry 4, Rainbow Six Siege, and most infamously, Watch Dogs, all featured E3 gameplay trailers, seemingly captured in-engine, with wildly advanced visuals and effects. These trailers usually feature volumetric lighting, dense prop placement, and impressive particle effects. Seriously, the fog machine in this hallway in the Watch Dogs trailer is so atmospheric. It's really, really cool. Meanwhile, the mixture of camera, particle, and audio effects make this petrol station explosion feel just so punchy and cinematic. The Watch Dogs trailer also has this car crash scene, which features what you'd assume are real-time car physics, though this also appears to be heavily scripted. You can actually see whoever's playing purposefully face away from the left road, so half the cars needed to crash can suddenly spawn in when they need them to. So, when the game launched a year later and looked significantly different to what was advertised, fans weren't exactly moist. Critically, it still received about as many 7 out of 10s as you'd expect for a Ubisoft game, and is more or less remembered fondly today, even if fans can't help but mourn the idea of the game we were sold. Not long after the game's release, a modder by the name of The Worst found that many of the graphical improvements seen in the E3 version were still present in the game's files and back in. The worst part of this is that the actual graphics of these games are great and still hold up today. This visual subterfuge only helped erode Ubisoft's increasingly rocky reputation. But if I've learned one thing, the internet doesn't sword while sitting on that couch, mouth agape like the Quagmire toilet, and managed to rub their 2 brain cells together long enough to think, I need to buy this game. Unrelated, but this was the same time that Ubisoft felt the need to add these painfully scripted casual conversations into their trailers.
Whoa, it's another group of players. Break for PvP.
Now you can finally imagine what it would be like to play Ubisoft's new third-person shooter with a diverse team of the most boring cunts on the planet. Anthem's E3 2017 reveal trailer requires at least a brief mention. With the game still in pre-production when it was revealed, this optimistic trailer took wild swings at what they hoped it would look like on launch. This isn't uncommon, of course, with most reveal trailers coming out years before the game actually does. So some changes in design are to be expected, within reason. Blizzard, you better add in dance studios. Wrong! But as you can see in Nick 930's fantastic comparison video, the E3 trailer missed the mark in many ways. Like most of these fake trailers, it featured realistic lighting and shadows, but also implied the sort of scale and draw distance you only see in modded Minecraft videos. Unfortunately for Anthem, it A, looked sick, and B, massively overestimated what would be possible. These lofty expectations, BioWare's indecisive management, and the dreaded Frostbite engine saw its 2019 release crash and burn like a truck carrying hot tar driving into a kindergarten. After releasing 2 middling reviews, there was hope that BioWare would pull a Final Fantasy XIV and patch their way out of a shitty launch. Unfortunately, in early 2021, these hopes were squashed like a kindergartner being hit by a hot tar truck when it was announced that development on Anthem had been halted indefinitely. Quick honorable mentions! Aliens Colonial Marines showed off its fancy alien AI at E3 2011, but then Randy Pitchford stole all the fucking money to make Borderlands 2 and Duke Nukem Forever. A simple syntax error ruined the whole game's AI. Whoops. No Man's Sky. An indie studio's ambitious title that had its hype train fly off the rails after being picked up by Sony. The trailer was the great Implio-Matrix, giving you the impression that you could do much more than you really could. Sometimes you need to start a forest fire to nourish the ground, and after being scorched by everyone, How games turn that reputation around by releasing, as of time of writing, 1 billion updates. E3's death was like watching someone slowly wither away, being diagnosed with a new major ailment every few years before being unceremoniously obliterated in a nuclear blast. While COVID was the obvious death of E3, its issues had been compounding long before we started sipping batsuit lattes. The prickliest problem for the companies presenting was primarily the costs, both in terms of man hours and cold or wrecked cash. This was easy to justify in the 90s and 2000s when it was the premier event for showcasing games, consoles, and ladies' midriffs to retailers and journalists. But the importance of the retail buyer began to wane in the 2010s as online distribution hemorrhaged business away from physical retailers. E3 was also too late for the buyers who did attend, who much preferred to plan their Christmas orders way earlier than June. The internet would also be the death of E3's other major draw, the press. In the before times, journalists would attend E3 to sample upcoming games and chat with devs. Also, they could report back to Total Gamer or Cube or GameSpot and tell eager fans how to spin their clams. With the rise of social media, fans now had a dedicated line to their favorite developers and publishers, who could now directly share trailers and information with them without arbitrarily waiting for June and without wasting a bunch of time and money fluffing up games journalists. This was quite a substantial amount of money, by the way. In a GamesIndustry.biz interview with Peter Moore, he states, it was in the tens of millions of dollars, whether that's building out the booth or attending. In those days we were taking 300, 400, 500 people to E3. But also you had to look at the productivity cost of taking people away from their day jobs for months to work on booth development, marketing tools, digital assets, everything. Still, cost wasn't the only factor. With the retail and journalism sides of the event quickly losing relevance, many companies like EA were keen to open the trade-only show to the public. After all, one random jackoff making a viral tweet about your game was starting to become more valuable than some games journalist's verbose article. This put them at odds with E3, who are unwilling to commit to a full-blown public convention, and for good reason. The way you plan a trade show for industry professionals who are paid to be there is vastly different from a convention for fans who paid to be there. And E3's inability to juggle these competing viewpoints would ultimately be its doom. When EA couldn't convince E3 to let fans join their 2016 presentation, they up and left entirely. Others, like Nintendo, continued exhibiting on the floor at E3, but opted to host their own pre-recorded digital presentation instead of a live conference. Smaller companies were slowly but surely leaving as well, struggling to justify the massive costs and meager returns. In just 2 years, the show went from 293 exhibitors in 2017 to 209 exhibitors in 2019. This would also be the first year since the show started in 1995 that Sony would choose not to exhibit. They now hosted their own private event for buyers in February and announced games whenever they wanted on their social media, leaving E3 with little to offer them. 2019 would also see the ESA, the company behind E3, embroiled in many scandals. Morale was at an all-time low, largely in part to disgraced President Mike Gallagher, whose cruel leadership techniques most likely earned him the axe in 2019. Things went from bad to worse when they accidentally published a list containing the private details of over 2,000 journalists, influencers, and attendees of E3 2019 to their public website. Naturally, this led to a spike of death threats and harassment, to which the ESA said, "Sorry, I'm real sorry, mister. Mister, I'm real sorry about you getting death threats. It's a real shame." The companies exhibiting at E3 already felt the ESA was struggling to accommodate their needs, and these blunders would only further erode their trust. E3 2020 was shaping up to be some kind of corpo hellscape with emphasis on influencers and celebrities taking part in exclusive/appointment-only activations for select attendees that would create buzz and FOMO, which would have been really fucking funny to watch. If you want to see a visual comparison of a fan convention compared to a trade show, look at the floor plans for their 2018 floor and their proposed 2021. Whoa, I can't wait to check out Experience One and advance the industry's brand with consumers while storing positive shits for future use. Fuck it, who knows? Maybe this would have been just what E3 needed to stay relevant enough to stick around for a few more years, but we'll never know, because E3 2020 never happened. After cancelling the show in mid-March due to lockdowns, they claimed they would host a virtual event instead. But with only 3 months to throw this together, and the world as a whole still unsure just where this whole COVID thing was going, they would ultimately bin this idea a month later. Of course, capitalism groans on no matter how many grandmas are getting turned into worms, and the companies that would have exhibited at E3 2020 still had shit to announce. Nintendo and Sony were already doing their major announcements digitally, and it wouldn't take long for everyone else to throw together their own. E3 would return in 2021 as a free, fully virtual event. While they still featured a lot of heavy hitters like Microsoft, Nintendo and Ubisoft, the lack of a physical event made it indistinguishable from the dozen other virtual events thrown by publishers, publications, and Jeff Keighley. At this point, E3 had become incredibly hard to justify. After everyone was forced to set up their own digital presentations back in 2020, it seems easier to just do that again without being shackled to E3. On top of that, the video game industry exploded over COVID, as your only options in lockdown were playing video games, playing with your little beast, or becoming a YouTuber. This explosion happened despite E3's absence in 2020, making it very, very hard for the money men to justify throwing tens of millions of dollars and thousands of hours of blow power at the next one. After cancelling E3 2022 over COVID and struggling to generate enough interest, the ESA announced in December of 2023 that E3 wouldn't be returning, ever. I don't know, kinda sad. It's turned Summer Games Fest and the Game Awards into the de facto gaming events of the year. So I hope you like Jeff Keighley. Just kidding, Jeff, I think you're alright. You seem like a nice guy. But despite its flaccid demise, E3 had done its job. From its beginning in 1995 to its end in 2021, gaming couldn't be in a more different place. During the 93-94 Senate hearing on video game violence, Tom Kalinske, head of Sega of America, had to explain that video games aren't just for kids. They scoffed. They couldn't believe it. Are you kidding me? Everyone knows video games are just children's products. You shouldn't be doing these aggressive things. And they basically tossed me out of their offices in DC. 30 years later, and the video game industry is bigger than the NFL and Hitler combined, bro. That's insane. The presence of a major trade show like E3 was crucial in legitimizing my favorite hobby. And despite all its flaws, E3 will forever hold a special place in my heart. Miyamoto, play us out. Okay, well, that was actually just the whole fucking video. Yeah. Well, guess you don't have to watch it anymore. Guess you don't have to buy it anymore.
Hey, thank you so much for watching all the way through. If you're after some more content, I just dropped a brand new video on my second channel where I review Steam games with 0 reviews. Otherwise, why not check out the Mini Scandals playlist?
PS5 with an Xbox Elite 2 controller. Then we're gonna play a Microsoft exclusive using a PlayStation 5 DualSense. Then we're gonna play a 1985 NES or Nintendo Entertainment System with an Xbox One and PS5 controller. Before I even run the intro, let me just explain why these adapters are freaking awesome. They allow you to use over 125 controllers on any platform. So Xbox controllers with PlayStation, PlayStation controllers on a Nintendo Switch, modern consoles, retro consoles, use whatever controller you want. Not to mention there is 0 input lag or delay introduced with these adapters. That's critical if you're playing some beat 'em ups or a first-person shooter. Maybe you love PlayStation exclusives, but you prefer the offset sticks and the ergonomic design of the Xbox controller. Maybe you enjoy the value that comes with the Xbox Game Pass subscription, having that massive library of games, but you just prefer a PS4 or 5 controller. Shoot, maybe a Nintendo Switch Pro controller. With these adapters, it doesn't matter. You're not bound by the limitations of controller and console. Hold on, don't start the video without me. Let me slide in here. So Brook has been making adapters for controllers and consoles for years, and I've used their products in the past well before I had a YouTube channel and well before companies sent products for review. Yes, these were sent for review, but this is going to be an honest, comprehensive review. If there's any cons or shortcomings, you're going to hear about it. Now, what exactly these adapters do is allow you to use a controller for a completely different platform, for example, an Xbox controller on PlayStation, but not just first-party stock OEM factory controllers, but also 125 third-party companies such as Mad Catz, Razer, AIM, Scuf, Battle Beaver, Akon, just to name a few that I've tested right here on this channel. So for somebody like myself that is somewhat of a controller head, this is great because a lot of times I want to play a specific game, but it's only on my Xbox or it's a PlayStation exclusive. And recently I've been playing a ton of games on my Switch OLED, two of my favorite ports being Borderlands and BioShock, which are both first-person shooters, and the standard Nintendo Pro controller has no rear paddles or buttons, trigger locks, or anything of the such. But now I can go grab my Microsoft Elite 2 or any of my custom PlayStation controllers off the wall and play that on my Switch. That's pretty awesome. But they also support retro consoles, which I think is super sweet. For example, I have an NES or Nintendo Entertainment System over here, and we are going to play some original Super Mario Brothers with an Xbox controller today. What a day and age we live in. So they sent me a couple of goodies, their adapter for PlayStation, their adapter for Xbox, and their adapter for NES and SNES. I do not currently have a Super Nintendo Entertainment System or SNES. This will also work with European and Japanese versions of those consoles. I'm assuming they're talking about the SNES because the Japanese version of the NES is called the Famicom or Family Computer. But it does advertise on their website that this works with both the US, Europe, and Japanese versions of those consoles. They also sent me a pouch of face masks, very thoughtful, thank you very much. I'll chuck that in my glove box and slap on one of those bad boys when I walk into a building that requires masks. And they also sent me a nice little knapsack here. I don't really know what I'm gonna do with it, but it's cool. It's got their logo, a little gecko on there. Maybe I can bring it to the grocery store to be a little bit more eco-friendly and cut down on the plastic bag waste. Speaking like a true Californian, and I live in Florida. I think their branding is a little bit confusing. Let me explain why. This is fine over here. It's lime green and it's titled XB, which stands for Xbox. Their Nintendo Switch adapter is titled the NS and is red. That makes sense. Over here for PlayStation, the adapter is called XE and is pink. I believe it should be blue, as that is the theme color of Sony PlayStation, and be called the PS, not for pizza, you know what, but PlayStation. It would make more sense. That gets me excited just looking at her. Oh, man. Also, all of these support immediate response time. They are not introducing any kind of input lag or delay, which is fantastic. That is both in wired and also the controllers that do work wirelessly. So many options here, but out of respect for our elders, I think we're going to start with the retro console over here, the NES, which by the way, I have reviewed on this channel. That video will be linked in the description below. All right, boyos, playing Super Mario Brothers on the NES or Nintendo Entertainment System with the stock NES controller, and it feels fantastic. If it were October 1985 when the console dropped. There's no denying this is not a very comfortable controller. I really do like the dog bone, which is an upgrade that came out later, and also the SNES controller, but the standard NES controller, let me tell you, sister, is no pleasure to play with. I mean, it feels like what it looks like. It's a rectangle in your hand. It's not stopping me from mollywopping these mushrooms, though, I tell you that. This video is probably going to get a trademark claim for the background music of the game. Nintendo does not mess around with their intellectual property. But let's mess around with their console by getting a modern controller hooked up. This is the Brook adapter for NES and SNES. It does have a QR code here for the firmware, as well as one for a digital user guide. And you do have some stickers back there, which are holographic, like a rare Pokemon card. Nothing in here besides my finger. Now this plug is for a SNES or Super NES, which I do not currently have one in the lineup, but that is joining the retro collection shortly. And this is what we're going to be using here today, plugging into the front of the NES. I am indeed playing Mario with a Microsoft Elite controller, which is insane. Probably never seen an esports athlete, a true first-person shooter sweatlord, play Mario with paddles on the back. So right now I'm testing the input lag or delay, and simply there is none. As soon as I press that rear paddle, Mario is jumping. And also this is properly keybound or button mapped right out of the box, where this is actually pause. This is your select button over here, and these are sure enough A and B as on an NES controller. So here I am with a PlayStation 5 DualSense controller. This is a custom from AIM, so it is a third-party controller, but as you can see, it wirelessly works here. I have the paddles working. And even wirelessly, there is zero input lag or delay introduced with this adapter. And also this is properly bound right out of the box, with this being pause and this being select, this being A and B. And you can use the D-pad or analog stick to control your character. Switch Pro controllers also connect wirelessly. And according to the manufacturer's instruction manual, the Microsoft Elite 1 and 2 actually used to work until a recent controller update where Microsoft no longer allowed connectivity with these adapters, unfortunately. Now, if you can find the older driver software, I'll have the version on screen right here. This one or older will work with this adapter wirelessly with an Elite 1 or 2 controller. So you can plug this into your PC and downgrade or install an older driver to your controller, and most likely this would work wirelessly. Now, while this was a simpler time in gaming where there was literally only 2 buttons and a D-pad, something like a modern controller button-wise is a little bit overkill. The ergonomics of a modern controller plus being able to play wirelessly with something that you're used to is great. One thing I do want to make note of that I'm not a huge fan of, when you scan this QR code, it does take you to an entire list of all their products, and you have to swipe, and dig down to the model that you have, which the Wingman is near the bottom as it is alphabetical. So it would be very nice in their future version of the packaging or boxing, not boxing, but the packaging, if they could have the QR code go directly to the instruction manual for this product instead of their support for every single product. Now I'm playing Halo Infinite, a Microsoft exclusive with a PlayStation Scuff Reflex DualSense. How cool is that? As you can see, the rear paddles are still mapped and there's probably no input lag or delay. Now I do have the adapter plugged to the front USB port on the Xbox Series X. It is a rather large USB dongle, so I would recommend using one of the back USB ports because not only is it cosmetically unattractive on the front of your console, but you, a pet, or a child could accidentally hit it and render your adapter, or even worse, your USB plug on your Xbox useless. So be careful with that. Yeah, let's go ahead and shut off our Microsoft console with our PlayStation controller, shall we? Breaking down the barriers of platforms. I like it. Now I'm playing Uncharted, interactive entertainment exclusive IP intellectual property with an Xbox controller. This is insanely cool. As you can see, I'm not touching my face buttons. No sir, I'm using the rear paddles, which are indeed bound. And you do still have access to your 3 onboard profiles. To wirelessly bind or pair the Xbox controller wirelessly to the PlayStation 5, you are going to pinch on these 2 blue flashing LED lights. These are indeed buttons, and it will start rapidly flashing. Then you're going to turn on the Xbox controller, and you are going to hold down the sync button. This will begin flashing rapidly as well. And after a couple seconds, they will pair up via Bluetooth. So it's not using Xbox wireless like if you were connecting to an Xbox, it is using Bluetooth. And in order to wake up the controller, you do need to press the Xbox button once again. So in case you think, oh, it didn't work, if this light is solid and these 2 lights on the Brook adapter are solid, press the Xbox button once again. This is now working as your PlayStation button if I want to return to the home menu. And everything is now PlayStation buttons: cross, circle, square, triangle. I had some guy in the comment section the other day say, did he say cross for the X button? That's what it's been called all the way back to the PlayStation 1, and PlayStation purists, as well as the Wikipedia page and Sony themselves, will tell you that is indeed a cross button. X is a Microsoft and Nintendo term. As for pairing a PlayStation controller to the Xbox, it's actually even simpler. You're going to plug in the controller via USB-C or micro USB if you're using a PS4 controller to the USB adapter in the front, and the controller will automatically start working as a wired controller. Then you unplug it, the controller will shut off, you turn the controller back on, and it is now working wirelessly. Unfortunately, you cannot turn on the Xbox console or the PlayStation console with the controller of a different platform because the USB adapter is off. But you can access the menu and turn off the console from your controller from a different brand. Now let's go ahead and remove you and put this lime green USB plug back in to keep dust and debris out of the Rick and Morty Xbox, which is very dusty right now. Just don't look at it. Pretend there's no dust there. So I'm currently on the Brook website. The products that we tested here today are the XC for PlayStation, the XB for Xbox, and the Wingman SNES/NES. They also have the Nintendo Switch adapter, which I will be showcasing in a future video, plus some other super unique products. For example, the Pocket Auto Catcher. If you're still a Pokemon Go player, this wristband will catch Pokemon for you as you walk around, even if you're not playing the game. The Resolution 2, granted it has a hefty price tag, does a very important job. It adapts racing simulator wheels with other platforms. Maybe you have a Thrustmaster or a Logitech that was meant for PlayStation or Xbox. It doesn't matter. Use it on your Switch, why don't you? It's awesome. I really do like these adapters. Now, a couple features these adapters do support, but I didn't mention because they're not features that I use would be turbo function. So if you want to be able to hold down a button and have it rapidly press, maybe for a fighting game to bust off a combo or to make a semi-automatic weapon fully automatic by holding down the trigger, these do enable turbo function. They do also have full remapping. Granted, I don't see a need for it because every single controller that I tested here today was automatically configured correctly, where all the keys were exactly what they should be. Granted, it is a little bit disorienting when you're playing a PlayStation game with an Xbox controller because it says press square, press circle, and you're like, oh, that's not on there, but you just press where the button would be and you get what you need. It's all very intuitive and worked exactly like it should. Even on the retro console, the NES, pause and select were right where they should be. So my final verdict with the Brook adapters, I think these are fantastic. Granted, these were sent for review, but I've used Brook adapters well before I had a YouTube channel and I thought they were cool then. And these new versions, now that they're wireless and they have easy connectivity and a bunch of other features, they're better than I remember. The experience of playing a PlayStation game with an Xbox controller or an Xbox game with a PlayStation controller, maybe a Mad Catz joystick controller on a Switch, maybe an Xbox 360 controller on a SNES, the possibilities are virtually endless. They have adapters for PlayStation, Xbox, Switch, and retro consoles, and each one of those supports over 125 controllers. Some with wireless support, but a lot more with wired support. So if you don't mind being wired, you can use a slew of controllers, like the Razer Wolverine and the Victrix Gambit. I strongly recommend these adapters. They have features that I wouldn't even use, like turbo function and button remapping, but the fact that you are cross-compatible with different platforms, different consoles, that's amazing. There are links to all the adapters showcased in this video in the description below, as well as discount codes available, and drop in the comment section below what game you want to play with a controller that wasn't meant for it. I was kind of enjoying playing Uncharted with that Elite controller, I ain't gonna lie. Peace. If you enjoyed the video, liking it helps it to get seen by more gamers. This information will reach into system as well, which in turn helps grow this little channel, which I do greatly appreciate. Subscribe for more content like this. I cover news in the gaming community and industry, tutorials helping you get set up streaming and YouTubing, as well as honest gaming product reviews, keyboards, mice, headsets, controllers, mics, chairs, etc. There are some hefty exclusive discount codes found only in the description of my videos and only for the audience here at Gamer Heaven. Check out the AM for some of the sickest looking and most comfortable cloth to ever grace my gaming giblets. If you don't want to be scorching your corneas with harmful blue light, check out Gamer Advantage, the only blue light glasses on the market that look sexy and actually work. If you're looking for a custom controller that'll blow the competition's tits back, AIM definitively has the best bang for buck or price to performance when it comes to Xbox, PlayStation, and Switch controllers. Nope, they don't do Switch, but they do gaming mice. I said doo-doo. I have links to all my other platforms and socials in the description below. If you need a quick laugh or blast of gamer adrenaline, check my short form videos out at TikTok. To get in touch with myself and the stallions and stallionettes of Gamer Heaven, join the community Discord, and check me out at twitch.tv where I go live every other leap year on a blue moon if it falls into an odd calendar number, and my pH balance is on point. Just kidding, starting June I'm going to be live streaming a lot. Thanks for watching. This has been AK40 Kevin hosting Gamer Heaven, and I'll see you tomorrow because I upload daily, all the time, 60% of the time, sometimes, most of the time. Peace.
A few Jelliettes, and a Capriti Nocturnal level 45 world boss.
Yes, keeps on blocking him. Oh, that hurts. Ooh, I didn't think about capture rate though. Capture rate's pretty shit. Please, bruh. And boom, and boom. Most important items in the game. Let's go fetch some eggs over here. They should be out of cake too, I think. And before the day ended, I was finally a high enough level to craft a pump shotgun, which is my opinion is the best weapon for exploring in Palworld. The next day, we were right back out in the desert to explore the lands further, getting more pals as well as looking for new ones we haven't seen before. We found yet another Yormantide Ignis and a couple of valets. And while we were out exploring, we also found another one of these dungeons, so we had to check it out. Okay, we're good. Okay, so these guys are low level. We're chill here. This is why I said we need to get a gun before we do dungeons. Hey, we got a gun now. No, I need a gold key. I ain't got a gold key, bruh. Give me a gold key, man. Hello? Thank you. Damn. And after getting back out there, we found another Walaska, a few Lulus, and once I made it home, it was time to hatch more eggs, trying to slowly get the 300 gobfins that we needed as well as more. And right back to exploring the desert we went, and as you can see right here, we were starting to stack up a lot of skill points in attack, and I would recommend using a lot of skill points on attack when you play this game, as the others just simply aren't that important. And while I fly around capturing more pals around the island, let me know in the comment section down below what your favorite pal in Palworld is. And the next day, we were right back to capturing more pals. I'm currently at a point of the game where I'm too low level to the exciting late game things and too high level to do the boring low level things. So the main goal right now is to grind experience and just get those levels up. And one cool thing that we did find was the fin sitters though, which is also yet again a new pal. I then found myself on top of a mountain in the desert, which is where the next tower boss is. So we now had access to the teleporter and could come back and beat him later. And then we're gonna have eventually soon-ish start at least considering who we're fighting with. I wanted to bring the Walaska, but like it's not good because his fire is like he's gonna get slammed. I then flew to the snow region so I could gather some quartz. Main issue with bringing real pals to the next boss would be a level issue. I think one of the best things I could do right now is to fly around this island, because if I can find like a level 40-ish water pal that's not ice, just straight up water out here right now, and bring it to the boss fight, then we're not gonna have any issues. Something we'll need a lot of later, but for now we got some. And yet again, I found myself within a cave, which is where I found a new more Icelands. And at the end of the cave, I ran into a Veinworm Christ boss. And in the morning of the next day, I crafted a few circuit boards, which is where we gathered the quartz yesterday. I then used it to place an electric furnace, giving me access to new ores to make weapons and other items with, as well as crafting a better shield, being one of the best shields in the game, giving me a lot more defense. And I crafted new tools, being the PAL metal tools, as well as an assault rifle, being one of the best weapons in the game. But with a fully auto weapon, I would need bullets, meaning I needed more sulfur, and once we beat the next boss, we'll be able to use the sulfur mining site, but for now we'll farm it ourselves. It's not like I wouldn't come back to buy more, so now we can make like 300 cakes. And we're still not done. But we are now going to go home and craft 300 cakes, which means we're getting close to not buying more cake now that we have bought this. I also crafted some high-grade meds, as a few of my pals weren't doing so well. And in the morning of this day, we were gonna take down the next tower boss, being a Phaleris in the desert. So I figured it would be suiting for me to bring a Phaleris Aqua. I have to reload now, really? Oh, he's already slammed. I don't know if it stacks, but I hope it does. My boy's already slammed. My damage is good. Okay, my damage is good. Focus me. Focus me, Phaleris. Focus me. No, don't hurt him. Focus me. No, get away from me. Oh, you're gonna kill Phaleris. Got it. Phaleris is tanking. I don't know if I'm supposed to spam it or not, but I'm spamming it. We're not doing that. I'll let you tank some of the hits, but not that one. Definitely that one. And we're chilling. There shouldn't be any world I lose here. We would need a miracle of fuck-ups to lose here. Might as well take the ring off now. Oh, I hit a wall. We're good though. We're chilling. Big chilling.
Perfect. And with the tower boss of the desert being dealt with, we headed into the snow biome looking for higher level pals, new pals, and overall to explore the land. I found a few turtles, some alphadrins, as well as another one of these cool dungeons. Ooh, I'm going inside. I only have 90 bullets, but I'm going in. What the hell? This is so cool. Ow. It's cool, but it hurts. What the helly? So cool. It's like a little factory going on in here. Come on, Panglet, you're free, my boy. Be free, Panglet. Be free. Oh, they got the funny box in here. Treasure map, treasure map, treasure map. No, no treasure map. Shit. We got Kinshin Peach. A rarely seen magic fruit. It is said that a pal who eats it will open its heart. My main 5 treasure. Give it to fucking Frostbloom or what? I don't know who to give it to. What's this? Laboratory desk. When in inventory or place in base, it allows you to build a laboratory desk. So it'll be like I'll be allowed to like build like a cool desk, I guess. Damn, these are so cool. I then farmed some more quartz, and before the day ended, I hatched a few more Frostblooms in the goal of getting it to level 5. And right back to farming more sulfur I went, but this time it was so we could make the sulfur mining site and never have to farm it again. I then found myself exploring the snow further, finding some Reptiros, as well as fighting some Reptiro Crysts. Ooh, green pump. And we got a treasure map. Let's go. Treasure in Cherry Blossom. Okay then. And after that, I actually ran around the Cherry Blossom Island. This can be a really good way of finding money, good spears, and good blueprints, as well as the skill trees that's around. But do keep in mind, the pals on this island can be quite ruthless. There was a few bosses around the world we had forgotten to deal with as well, so I went and took them all down, starting with the Bushy, as well as the Nightwing, the Verdash that was level 23, a Cryoterra level 47, a Noclum level 38, a Pernelia level 28, a Bronchery level 30, and before the day ended, I took down a King Paka that was level 31. And the next day, like many days before me, I started by standing in my corner hatching eggs more than I would ever want to hatch, as well as condensing them all down to try and maximize my pals. I then went back to deal with the remaining world bosses in the lower regions, starting with the Valet level 30, and then I crafted a green auto shotgun, which I personally like better than the pump shotgun, but please let me know in the comments which shotgun you prefer. I then went to deal with the Frostallion Nocturnal, who was only level 40, but with randomizer I've noticed that pals, for example from Cherry Blossom and Fabric, might be low level, but they still have a lower capture rate and just overall more defense than the rest. Alright, we're down 4k now. We're gonna be out of bullets by the time we're done though. Dodged it just in time. Oh my god, please get out of the wall. Please don't bug. Please don't bug out. Thank you. As well as the Ribbon Baton level 38, the Kitsen Nocturnal level 31, and right back to hatching more eggs I went. And these days were mainly spent gathering airdrops for free skill points, taking down bosses, as well as hatching a weird amount of eggs. And if you aren't familiar with this device, you should. It's used for upgrading efficiency on pals in your base, and it can be really helpful. Now we gotta work on the mining speed. And cakes should be being made a lot faster now because we sped it up. Yeah, they've already made 17 more, so that's going faster now. That's good. And before the day ended, I was yet again hatching more eggs. And the next day, I grabbed the Frostallion Nocturnal and headed out in the world. It's a pal I've never used for flying within the past, but I have to say it's actually a really good pal for exploring. And a little deeper into the biome, I found a Reptyrocryst Alpha, which if beaten will give you predator cores that can be used for crafting special items. And to finish off the day, I flew around with Stallion looking for effigies, which is a lot easier to find in the nighttime as they light up. In the morning of the next day, I used the effigies we had just gathered to upgrade my Gather Wraith even more, meaning we're starting to get pretty good capture rates. I then crafted more bullets in preparations of taking down the next tower boss in the snow region.
If you could get him. Okay, well, Astigon got some moves. But he's also been slammed already, which is like not good. So he's weak, so I need to take care of him. I need to make sure he doesn't die, which sucks. But he's got some power moves. If I can keep him alive, we're good. I'm just gonna secure him. Almost died in the process. Put him on fire, please. Okay, the fact that he's only focused on me is very good. That on the other hand is not very good, to say the least. So far, so good. We're good. Wonderful.
Okay. And the next morning, I hatched more Astigons as we were getting too many mining sites that we needed to use. And with that, we also needed more pals to work on them. I also hatched Wumpo Batons with Artisan and Nocturnal, being level 4 transporting pal. It would make the food farm and the mining farm a lot more efficient, as well as a few Astermains who are level 4 electricity with Artisan and Nocturnal. They will keep working through the night, which will be needed very soon. I then broke down my entire base in preparation of moving to a new region. The plan was to move to Cherry Blossom so we could start using the crude mining sites that's around there.
But yeah, we're gonna build right here, same as we always do. This is about the best base location on Cherry Blossom. So, first thing first, break this base. And then we build ourselves a PAL box. Dead center of this little land. So right about here will do. I built on the same locations as my previous runs in PAL World, mainly because it has a crude mining site and is overall the flattest and easiest place to build big bases on. I don't think I know what I've been on these islands. They're just not big enough. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about these, right? They're not big enough because they have them there, and there's one there, and there's one there. They're just not big enough for me because I need to build. I always build multiple bases, remember? Like I don't have. They're just not big enough, to be honest. Now we need a power source, and we're building the really big one. Recording check. We're good, baby. We're good. We are good. Have I not learned it yet? Or I don't think I've learned it yet.
And before you knew it, the base was finished, having a lot of storage and looking really nice. I didn't want to bore you with what we built and where we placed it, as we will be moving to a new island as soon as the tower boss of Cherry Blossom has been dealt with. I then built the mining base just up the road. Same as earlier, a very simple base, but very efficient.
I guess technically we should get a stone as well. We do need a lot of stone in this world. So let's just get a stone site down as well. There you go.
As well as the farming base right down the road. Also very simply built, but very efficient on gathering food to make salads. What is your favorite food in PAL World, if I may ask? I personally prefer salads as they give a lot better working speed. And in the morning of the next day, I found myself back at the village, as I needed to buy a lot of electric organs to craft new items, starting with a large generator, which is where we will use the 2 as remains that we hatched earlier. I then went around the beach below my base trying to capture new pals, as we had a lot of XP that needed to be gained, so we had to start now. And while I was down here, a supply drop also landed nearby. It's not great, like, it's not great with a green launcher, but like, you know, green launcher is better than nothing. A rare book written up the secrets, allowing a pal to read permanently increases your generating affinity by +1. So if I put it on a level 4, will it make it level 5? Like, because that would be crazy. And right after, I found a me mug chest, and these chests will give you a lot of coins as well as dog coins. And before the day ended, I also built an expedition site, which I would highly recommend using for free items throughout your playthroughs. And the next day, I was back to exploring the island looking for new pals. And the first pal we found was a Dogen. I then found myself in this beautiful dungeon, and the first pal we spotted in here was a pair of bees, as well as some Dasimus, some dire howls, and the boss in the cave was a Cinnamoth that was level 52. And the loot of the cave wasn't all that great, but it was still worth the trip. I then captured an Orsurk, Gloopies, Bushies, Gildanes, Rayhounds, and a Memorist Christ as well. I then found myself out in the desert to grab another treasure map, and out there I also found another one of these new dungeons, so I looted that as well. It's luck for sure, like everything in Power World comes down to luck. I agree with that, but like at the same time, like the pull rate we have gotten, I haven't had one bad treasure map. Because like obviously it just comes down to levels, right? It all just comes down to levels. Help. I'm gonna die. We're actually gonna die. Get me out. This one, for example, will not give me 2 good loots. Statistically, it shouldn't, at least, because it's in a low tier area. So like if there's even a treasure map in here, it shouldn't be too good. Oh no, it does. Yeah, so like that one gave me none. It gave me another green launcher, and I got one of those cool little flags, one of those cool little schematics that they have in the game now, so that's pretty cool, I guess. And at this point, it was finally time to go where every Pal World player gets their money and blueprints. The oil rigs, somewhere we would be spending a lot of time moving forward. Ooh, man. I was about to say it was a good shotgun, but it's only a green one. Green shotgun ain't good. Oh, honestly, the reason why we're insta-killing them is honestly probably because of my gobfins. But hey, let's see. What's in the bag? What do we get? Honestly, the 4 cores is worth it on its own. The loot overall is garbage. Guided missile, I don't care for. Pretty bad, pretty bad. But there's still hope. It's actually kind of cooked, can't even lie. Also, the frost plume for reload speed does not work. It's capped. It literally does nothing. Which sucks. Because that means I'm probably just gonna make another 100 gobfins because, well, it's a waste of my time. Because look, the whole point of this fucking plume is while fighting together, frost plume, icy aura sharpens your focus, improving your reload speed. It's max level. The reload speed is, it's a lie. I go real bad. You kill everything, you can take your time to reload. Yeah, sure, I guess, but it's hard to do, man. And to end off the day, I also flew around on the Frastallion, grabbing more effigies. I then traveled around Cherry Blossom, gathering even more loot, as well as capturing pals such as the War Sect, a Gildane boss, some Lift Mugs, a few Vixies, as well as a little Joltog boss in a dungeon as well. And before the day ended, I took a trip around Cherry Blossom, gathering effigies and other loots I could find. And the next day, I was back on Oil Rig, which as mentioned is something we'll be doing a lot, basically as soon as it respawns. We need to do this for the blueprints that it'll give us, as well as the crazy amount of XP it gives you. And the chest didn't give me any blueprints I really needed, but it did give me 3 ancient cores and 100 rockets, which was nice because I basically gained back what I spent. And in the morning of the next day, I found yet another Memog chest, meaning we were starting to gather quite a few dog coins. And while I go around capturing as many pals as possible for a lot of XP, and after getting back to base, I hatched a horrible amount of gobfins. Previously in this run, we were using the frost plume for supposed faster reload speed, but as you saw, we got it to level 5 and I really didn't see a difference. So I decided to get one more gobfin in my party and to get rid of the frost plume instead, so we'd get that extra 25% damage attack. And because we didn't have a specific fighter for the cherry blossom fight, which is really hard, I went to Faybreak hoping I would find some high level pals there that could potentially help me. As the cherry blossom boss is a grass pal, we were potentially needing to find a fire pal to deal with her. But I quickly realized I wasn't doing nearly enough damage here. I then took my aggression out on my pal. Well, in reality, I needed the ancient cores that the alphas dropped so I could craft new items. I then condensed the gobfins that we hatched earlier, closing in on being completely finished on breeding gobfins for this run. And before the day ended, I built another breeding farm in my farm base to start breeding new pals, both fighters and Yakumos, which is what we're breeding next. Many days ago, we captured the Fenglobe Lux, which is a cooler version of the normal Fenglobe and also a mount I haven't gotten to use in the past. So I crafted a saddle for it so we could try exploring the lanes with it now. And now that we had our Yakumo dog with Musclehead, Serenity, Impatient, and Ferocious, as well as having it maxed to level 5, I went out looking for Yormantide Ignis to transfer stats to, as that would be a really good fighter against the Cherry Blossom boss. If you aren't familiar with the Yakumo, basically if you get it to level 5 condensed and use his saddle while capturing a pal, there is a chance for all of Yakumo's passive stats to transfer over to the captured pal as long as the Yakumo is level 5 condensed. I then found out that the PAL operating table, which can be used to simply add passives to PAL for a small price of coins. It doesn't have the really powerful ones like Musclehead, but it does have the setup ones like Impatient and Ferocious, and a couple of others. Meaning that you can use the Yakumo to get, for example, 2 out of 4 passives, which is not hard at all, and then simply use the table to add the remaining passives that you would like to add. And before the day ended, I hatched a few Yormantides with Musclehead and Serenity, as I had those already, and we would use the operating table once we got the proper one to add the remaining stats. I then found myself on the Arena Island, which is a place you can fight other pals. Beating these pals will give you arena tokens used for weapon blueprints and even passive stats we can use at the operating table. You are also allowed up to 3 fighters, so I chose my Fenglobe and some random pals I had, and we quickly beat the lowest rank of pals.
Just kill him, guys. There you go.
So I loaded up again against a higher level set of pals, and we were lucky enough to win here as well.
Our biggest issue here is Yorm, for sure. But we have ice. So maybe not. He's still a problem. Alright, I think we got it. I think we got it in the bag. Okay, maybe not. Alright, cool.
We will come back here in the future as well, so we can explore what we would like to use coins on, as well as try to beat the highest levels in here. I then hatched more Yormantide eggs, hoping to get the stats that we needed, and with the help of the operating table, we were finally set with a perfect statted pal for fighting the next bosses. I then yet again headed back to the oil rig, hoping we would find some good blueprints, slowly clearing my way through the NPCs and looting the normal chests around. And after finally getting to the main box, we got another 3 ancient cores and a few rockets as well. Also, we will have to spam oil rig even more now to get the Yormantide to level 55 to fight against the world boss. And as this was a hatched Yormantide starting at level 1, it'll take a little bit. It was time to start dealing with some more world bosses, starting with the Woompa but in the lava land, who was level 49. And at last, we were being really close to finishing breeding the Gobfins. And right back to oil rig we went, gathering more resources, but sadly I came back too early and the loot hadn't respawned yet. But all the NPCs had, so I still cleared them all out for the amount of XP that they give you. And after getting home, I crafted a bunch of rockets as well as an insane amount of assault rifle bullets. And with our Yormantide Ignis being a decent level now, as well as having the perfect stats, it was time to head into the next tower boss against the Cherry Blossom, hoping we would succeed here as well.
Yormantide is already 1 HP because he's weak and he has bad stats, and I'm 1 HP because I tried to save him. So we're off to a great start. Yeah, I can't save him. I gotta save myself. At least for now. Even though he's terribly weak. That needs to stack, please. Thank you. For a little bit at least. Let Yormantide heal up. My damage is good. Not prepared for that one though. Unlucky. Alright, so far we're looking terrible. Expecting Yormantide to be a little stronger. I need this fire off my legs, please. I need a heal. Yormantide, die. Don't actually... Okay. I was joking. Give me a shield back, please. I would get shields back. Not having Yormantide is cooking me though. Like I need to do so much damage. Like I don't know if we're good. I think time-wise it'll be a close call at least. Oh my god. Yormantide disappointed me so badly. Got our shield, meaning we win. No outsider, but we win though. Don't do it. Thank you. Now you can do it. Okay. I might lose here because of that. I could lose because I walked into that on accident. That's so bad. Ugh. Yeah, okay, I'm selling bad now. So close to being done too. Oh no, is your ring on? Now we're good. Ah, we got it. No pass though. Kinda sucks that we didn't get to use our pals because, well, my Yormantide is absolute garbage.
And after a successful boss fight, I headed out to one of the new snow islands, hoping to find a cool place to build my final base. It's got ice in the middle. That could work. It's gonna be fucking rough, but it's bright as hell out here, but I don't like it. Why are they level 12? One of my main reasons for not going was because I thought it would be high level here. Level 20 and 12. No. This is ass. This sucks. Can I? I can fit one base there. I can't fit a base there. It's not big enough. But once I made it back home, there was an airdrop coming in, so I looted it before continuing with my day. And sadly, there wasn't any good base locations on any of the new islands, as they were simply too small for my requirements. So I found myself back on the Fabric mountain that we lived on last time, ready to build my base. And with this region being the most dangerous one, and the pals here being really aggressive, I chose to build walls around where my base would be to keep myself and my pals safe. I then built metal floors around the entire thing, making room to place all of my items within it, as well as a cool little build-up for my workbenches, making it look really nice in the end. And after a couple of days of building, trying to figure out the coolest layout, as well as moving all the items from bases, breaking bases, building farm bases and berry bases, which did take a few days, I am really happy with the outcome. But I wasn't level 60 yet, but with all of my gobfins and myself feeling ready, we headed into Lava Land looking to capture a jet dragon. Both so we would have faster speed traveling the land, as well as it being a really important pal for the future of fighting. That hurts. Don't headbutt me. No, you fucking whore. Alright, we're doing good damage. Kinda. We're not doing good damage. We're not. It's hot, but I hate it. Oh, you don't like the heat? What? You just can't go wrong with those. I guess. Like, seriously. Why is there 77,000 gobfins? See, I lost all my armor now. I'm dead. Yeah, we're dead. Because of the gobfins. Ah, shit. I'm actually cooked. We might die here. Because of it. The fire is doing too much damage to me. Like, I can't survive. No, we're good. Well, we're not good, but we're alive. We have to just stay alive. I can't move. We have to just not take damage here. Somehow, I need my shield to recharge. As of right now, we're not looking good. Come on, shield. Now's a good time. Now would be a good time, shield. Come on. Come on, shield. Any second now. There you go. Now fully recharge, please. Okay, we're good. Bad attack. Good. Just a lousy 2600. Well, now it's less. A lousy 800. One more rocket. Don't hurt my Akimo, please. Please reload the launcher as well. Come here, Yukimo. Me and you, my boy. Perfect stats. Come on. Okay, he's got impatient, which isn't, like, you know, bad. Technically, we should have made a different Yukimo. But, like, it's fine. Because technically, a worst case scenario, because of the new silly bench they have added to the game, I can technically make this jet dragon the best jet dragon ever. And before the day ended, we were also back on Oil Rig. But this time, we were lucky enough to get a gold rocket launcher, which has a really low drop rate from the chest and being one of the best weapons in the game. I then built a PAL killing machine, which we would use to kill alphas we didn't need for ancient tech. And it was time to start clearing fabric from SAM sites. If you aren't familiar, you can't fly around the island freely unless you take down all the SAM sites. We took down more and more and more and more and more. And while in the morning of the next day, I was back to capturing jet dragons. If you've ever used Yokumos and tried getting perfect stats on a jet dragon, you should know how difficult this can be.
Man, I miss when you could rocket spam and stun block. As stupid as stun blocking was, I do miss it. Come on, Yukimo. Why you get put on fire? Yukimo, you better stand the fuck. Okay, now we're both dead.
But sadly, yet again, we did not get the stats that we wanted. It doesn't matter much this early, nonetheless though, as all we had to do now was to breed 100 jet dragons in the work of getting it max condensed, meaning we had quite some time to get the right stats. I then went on a journey around Faybreak again, trying to get rid of the last of the same sites. I also found a skill tree out there that gave me some extra items for my pals, as well as of course taking down another same site. And when I was out there the next day, I found a pair of Alphadrins, so I captured them both. Also, what's your favorite pal in Pal World? Let me know in the comment section down below. I also tried capturing a pair of Dassy Nocturnals, but sadly they teleported through the map. I also found a pair of Ribbony. Well, actually, it was a normal Ribbony and a Ribbon and Baton paired up, as well as a pair of beacons. I then took down the Musanda Lux World Boss, who was level 60, as well as a Tyrantris that was level 57, and a Memoris that was level 56, and an Astegon that was also level 57. And with a good chunk of Fabric's world bosses being dealt with, I headed back to Oil Ring. We still had a lot of XP and potential blueprints that it would be lovely to get. So per usual, it starts by taking down the horrible amount of NPCs, which at this point I will not bore you with too much, as we have already seen this and done this quite a few times. And then we went and looted the chest, which gave me 5 Civ cores and a guided missile launcher that was level 3. Right afterwards, we were back in the lava land to deal with another jet dragon, which yet again didn't have any of the stats we were hoping for, so we would simply come back later. But one thing I could do with all these jet dragons was to head over to the arena and try to beat some more bosses for more tokens.
Okay, Rocket might be griefing. This is actually just chalk though. Oh my god, they're actually killing us. Oh, we actually lost. Wow. Oh wow. Damn, crazy. They're actually shitting on us. Crazy. Didn't expect that. Damn. So this was pretty... I haven't tried this one yet. Damn. I just got slammed.
We had also forgotten to deal with the Gumos boss in Cherry Blossom, so we took care of that quickly as well. And right above it, I found one of these cool new dungeons, so we decided to loot that quickly as well.
These give... Wait, how much XP do I gain per kill in here? Oh, same as Oil Rig. Okay, so these are worth then, actually. Because I was curious about that, but that means these are actually worth. Because you get the same amount of XP per kill as Oil Rig. So, you know, it's just yet another way to gain a excess amount of XP. That's really good. And like it more. Boom. Ooh, a defense pen at level 2. That's pretty nice, actually. I can't really use it. And a paper lantern. And not long after leaving said dungeon, we found another Meemog that gave us some more dog coins. And at this point, all we really needed was XP, as we needed new blueprints as we wanted to do new things. But I was tired of running Oil Rig on repeat, so I decided to craft about 200 spears and just fly around the low regions, capturing everybody. And by the end of it, we had gained over an entire level and were actually closing in on level 59. I also decided to fly all the way north of the map, which is where the Walaska boss is, and sadly it's not a legend pal, meaning he was as weak as a normal boss, which in my opinion is just not right. I also found myself in a cave on Faybreak, taking down the King Paka Christ that was level 57, as well as a Loopmoon Christ that was level 53, and right below him was the Acermain who was level 58. As well as yet again being in the lava land, taking down a jet dragon, which is something we will be doing until we get the exact stats we are searching for.
But of course, those stats were not supposed to be gotten at this time. And guess what I did next? Well, you guessed it. I went to Oil Rig looking for blueprints, taking down the NPCs like usual, leveling up to level 59, and getting another 3 cores and some other blueprints too. And it was now time to finally start exploring the caves of Faebreak. But not specifically for their pals, but for the ores that only spawn within these caves, which is used to make the cool items in the game. An ore that takes way too long to farm and is extremely slow. Also something I won't be wasting your time with much, so let's move on. I have a feeling you'd want to watch something more fun than me farming ores for hours. And before the day ended, I was back out gathering more effigies, something we now had a lot of, but still quite a bit to go. I then upgraded my capture rate to level 10, meaning we only had a few more levels left, which would help us in capturing pals in the near future. I also crafted a gigantic furnace, which gives me access to the hexalite ingots. This furnace can also be powered by 3 pals, making it a lot more efficient than the others. I then crafted 36 hexalite ingots, which isn't a lot, but we'll get more in the near future so we can craft some really cool items. It was then time to hatch a few more jet dragons, which we'll have to craft a lot of, like I said earlier. I then went out looking for more bosses of Faebreak that I could deal with, starting with the Phaleris Aqua, who was level 57, as well as the Celestier, who was level 52. And before you knew it, I found myself in a cave looking for new items, as well as to farm some more hexalites to craft new items. And at the end of the cave, we met a Splatterina boss who was level 58, and the boxes gave me plasteel armor and a purple treasure map. I then went straight to the treasure map to uncover it, which gave me pal metal armor, which was really unfortunate considering how late into the game we are. And before the day ended, I was back in Lava Lane looking to get another jet dragon, which yet again did not have any of the stats that we were looking for. And with us being really close to level 60, I crafted another 250 hyper spears and went around the low region islands, capturing every pal in sight. And after capturing about 220 pals, we were finally level 60. I then used yet another skill point in attack, and as you can see by the blue stats, I used all but 20 on attack, which gives you so much damage. And the rest of this day was spent on selling pals. Selling all who don't have passive stats that we'll ever use. And with all of the pals being sold, we made just over 300,000 gold. So with us being level 60, there is only one thing to do. We went to the highest level oil rig, which is a really hard oil rig to take care of, but the loot is really good. First, we need to get to the top of the oil rig and preferably not take down every NPC that's here. And after locating the locked crate on top of this roof, all we had to do now was to clear the NPCs and then deal with the rest.
Oh, maybe not. My FPS is so bad because as you can see, there is 1,000 of them standing below me. But okay, then let's go. Oh, it's only level 59? I thought it was level 60. I'm actually out leveling the helicopter. We're doing 33k damage crit hits. If I could hit it, that would be help though. Yeah, we're actually big chilling. If I could get my frames back, that'd be good though. Usually, last time we played, I was doing like 10-15k with crit hits. Now we're doing 20k without crit hits. Also known as we are excessively good. It's all because of those silly little goblins. I don't like that they changed the gun audio for helicopters and AI. It sounds way worse. Like, I don't know what they did, but like they changed the audio of guns on AI. Don't get me wrong, it never really sounded great, but this is awful. I'm like so far inside, don't even comprehend how you're hitting me, but sounds good. Okay, I don't know, bro. They made this room worse, I guess.
There you go. You get 1.1 mil. I swear that's the same as you used to get. I swear they said it was better now. I swear you used to get a milli. Bruh, stop giving me fucking Gatling guns. We already got blue of this. I don't want it. But okay, we got gold Gatling gun. And we got blue multi. 3 life lotus and some arrows. And only 160 creed, but still not terrible. And it was of course time to try and get good stats on Jet Dragon yet again, but which you might have guessed we did not get. I also then hatched a few more Jet Dragons when we got home before heading into the snow looking for new pals, which is where we located the first stallion, being in my opinion one of the hardest pals to deal with. Worst case scenario if you want to make... Did they change the player module? Player model of her stallion? I swear she looks cooler now. I swear they fixed her player module and made it cooler. Looks way cooler now. I don't remember you having that attack. I also don't feel like I was in that. He hasn't done the funny attack yet. Right, they changed her attacks. They definitely fixed her player model. She looks way different. Jesus fucking Christ. Arrogant. Ooh, that's really... Wait, that's actually really good. Like, that's actually really good. Actually, it doesn't really matter even if it wasn't good. Because we can still just go stick Serenity and Impatient on her right now and have a Legend Ice Emperor, Legend, and what I just said. And the next morning, we were yet again on the normal oil rig for blueprints. And while I do the same thing we have done so many times now, don't forget to... Oh, yeah, and the loot here was just as bad as it's been almost every single time. I then went to the Lava Land, which is where I found the Demude, who was level 48, the Sweepa, who was level 49, the Torrentris, who was level 50, and the Univolt, who was level 46, as well as the Palladius and Necromus being one of the hardest bosses to beat. Don't die on me now, Jet Dragon. I wish I would stack up a little more so I could double hits. I guess it's fine. I guess we'll focus this guy first since he's low already. Which one is low? Is it this one? I think so. He's dead. Good. Honestly, good. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Okay, they both died. No, one died. No. No. I wanted you alive. I never get both of them alive, ever. The trick to get them is to not kill them. Is that the trick? And yet again, we were trying to get good passives on the Jet Dragon, but per usual, getting those passives are too good to be true. And it was time to get back to exploring Faybreak, taking down you pals, as well as trying to take down all the world bosses of the region, starting with the Astermane that was level 54, the Lily Nocturnal that was level 57, a Fenglope that was level 59, the Lunaris that was level 56, a Splatterina that was level 58, and before the day ended, I hatched a new Yakumo that had Demon God. I then altered his stats to get him some more better ones and condensed my old Yakumo into the new one to make it level 5. And with a brand new Yakumo with even better stats, all we had to do was to try and capture a Jet Dragon and hopefully get the stats this time. The stats we got this time was better, but still not enough. I then headed out to the new ice island we were at earlier, but this time I was planning on fishing with the new fishing gear. Oh, okay, I'm green. Got it. I'm the green bar. Got it. It's, once human. Once human all over again. Just a lot more freaky. Yo, fuck off. What the hell? What the fuck? Okay, so are you fishing and... What the fuck? I just fished a level 57 Walaska. What do you mean? That was not what I expected at all. Not what I... Okay, that gave me 8 core... It gave me an entire Gatling gun too. Wait, that's not what I expected. What is Lunker? We'll find out when we get home, I guess. I just fished an entire... Okay. That's a little cooler than I expected. Because it also gave me a Gatling gun blueprint. So you know what? A little cooler than I expected. I'll give you that. I'll give you that, Power World. Okay, you're not cool. Maybe. Yo, what the fuck? What the stats? Hello? That's... Oh, that... Is that normal or is that like crazy RNG? Triple blue stats? And I don't know if you're supposed to get these crazy passives from fishing. All I know is that fishing might be the best early game task ever if these passives are the case. In the morning of the next day, I started with hatching a bunch of eggs for Jet Dragon. I then fished a little more, getting an ass rub Christ, as well as gathering some of the new salvages, which is how you get the new resource in the game. It's very slow to get the resource itself, but it's something we have to do if we want to craft the new items. And before the day ended, I fished a little more. I then crafted a saddle for Asherman and Chris with the plans of gathering more of the new resource. So for the next while, all I did was gather it and try to get as much as possible. And before you knew it, I was back to capturing a Jet Dragon to get the stats that I wanted. But yet again, we did not get the stats that we wanted. I then used the new building skin that they added and changed some of my floors to it, which looked really good. As well as making a new incubator, which can hatch 8 eggs at the same time, which I really wish was more accessible earlier on in the game. But nonetheless, it was really amazing now too. I then added infinite stamina that we got from the arena to my Jet Dragon, which means this Jet Dragon had both swift and infinite stamina, which will then make my Jet Dragon have a lot more stamina for exploring. I then went out to capture the Warsect, who was level 60, the Menacing, that was level 57, the Anubis, that was level 55, the Chalet, who was level 58, the Dinosaur Lux, who was level 55, the Amaskal, who was level 53, and the Cybalix, who was level 55. And to end the day off, I went out to capture yet another Jet Dragon. But as you might have already assumed already, today would not be the day. I then crafted Hexalite armor, which would give me quite a bit more defense, as well as the gold plasteel helmets that we got a few days ago. I was then right back to capturing the Jet Dragon. We had obviously done this too many times now to quit, but per usual, we still didn't get the stats we were after. I then went to the new oil rig that the attack helicopter spawns on and wanted to take it down for the amazing loot it can spawn once again. Look, you just gotta heal. At least get my shield back. Nah, I'm not peeking you until you go to the other side. No, not peeking, as long as you're there. I'll get my shield back and I'll wait. Imagine how much damage would do if I actually brought food. Like attack food. Because like we're basically, like we're doing like 25 to 30 without it. Imagine if we had it. I'd be so locked. Now, the loot we got from the chest this time was actually really good. It wasn't weapons that I would personally be using, but the blueprints were really good nonetheless. We then tried taking down the Jet Dragon again, and of course failed again. And my boxes were overflowing on items, so I sold quite a few of them to my friendly merchant, and bought a lot of energy organs for my upcoming weapon. I then remembered this cool little island that had a teleporter on it, which I now afterwards really wish I remembered earlier on. I wonder if it looks cooler though. Oh wait, what? Where the hell am I? What the hell is this? Follow the bar. A little concerned, or not concerned, little What does this shit mean? What am I looting? What am I doing? Where am I? This shit is a literal maze. Like a literal maze. Can be used to create a variety of Terraria items. They made a big ass cave that didn't even like let us know where it is. But they couldn't make a fucking island. How do I open this? Do I open this? Yeah. There you go. Grants a permanent HP boost. Oh, so I can use it. So I currently have 5,900. I guess it gives you 100 extra health. Not bad, I guess. A big ass sword. I want it. Give me. What the fuck? What's wrong with you, John? You crazy man. The hell is wrong with you, John? What the fuck? Yo, W fucking 10 gifted, John. What the actual hell? Yo. Fucking insane, John. Thank you so much, bro. And once we made it home, I crafted my favorite weapon, being the plasma cannon. And it was now time to take my aggression out on the jet dragon with my new gun. But it wouldn't matter much as we still didn't get the stats. I then crafted a celestial sigil that we got from the Terraria world, which was going to be one of the coolest things of this update. I then built a little raid island, all in the plans of using the new sigil. Who coming out of this one? Okay, yeah, you're him, huh? Where the fuck is your hitbox? Do you have a hitbox? Wait, I am dying. Let's just try to rocket spam him. My boy. What's going on here? I'm gonna just fly around while he's focusing me, I guess. But he is low-key slamming me. Okay, his head's almost done. I haven't played Power World. Looks like they had quite a few updates. Yeah, they just had a massive one like 2 weeks ago. With like a mixture of Terraria. Like they had a collaboration with Terraria, which is what we're doing right now. All my pals are fucking dying. I don't know where to hit. There? No? Well, it's doing damage. Hey, he's almost dead. 25 health, 20 HP. 4K. And the next day, I headed back into the Terraria world as I wanted to loot more boxes, specifically looking for the new cosmetics. The heart crystal also seems to respawn, which is great. And we also had to beat the funny eye one more time. And the 2 boxes in the end gave me some more items as well. I then used the antique dresser to equip my new cosmetics, which I have to say looks really amazing. And of course, it was time to head back to Jet Dragon. Don't starve, we'll never finish it. Let's go, we got it. I'm going home. I almost exited the game. We got it. Okay, so here's what's happening. I don't give a fuck if the genetics of this one is 111. I do not give a... Are we ready? Are we ready to click it? Ooh, wait, that's really fucking... Wait, that's... Wait, we kind of cooked. Wait. That's... Okay, so let's see that. Now we can go here into the what the fuck box. And we can grab all of these. And these. And these, right? And we give him the extra level. Boom. We give him the life fruit. We give him whatever these are. We give him... I can't give it this. Okay, yeah. So we just made him level 60. Or we made him health 60 instead of whatever he had. And I can't actually give him these. Because these literally up the genetics. But we can't give it to him. Because he has 100 attack and 100 defense. And he now has 60 health. But we were absolutely lucky enough to get really good genetics on this pal. And next was to maximize the levels that we had on the Jet Dragon 2, meaning that we were done capturing Jet Dragons and all the hard work had come through, because we ended up with a Jet Dragon that I would say is a solid 8 out of 10 in the world of damage and defense. And with my Jet Dragon having perfect stats, perfect genes, and everything was maxed out to the brim, there was really only one thing left to do. And that was to go into Faebreak and beat the last boss of the game. Sadly, with the update of Terraria, they didn't expand on the physical map or add too many cool tower bosses. Well, not a single tower boss. So, same as my last one, this will end with us beating Tower of Faebreak. Yeah, we're doing a lot of damage with bullets. Jet Dragon's doing a lot too. If he stays focused on me, we're good. I don't know how much Jet Dragon can take though, because Ice is strong against Dragon, and well, Jet Dragon is a dragon. Oh, I forgot to feed us. There you go, more damage. Yo, back up, my boy. We need to stack some fire on him so he gets put on fire. There's 140 left. The fact he's only been focused on me is so good as well, because Jet Dragon is weak against them. The fact he's only on me is so good. $9K left. Come on, Jet Dragon, I'll let you do it. Good job. So with the tower boss of Faebreak being dealt with, every world boss in the game being beaten, and everything that I at least managed to find of the Terraria update being dealt with, all the pals being captured, that is the end of this story. But do not be sad, because we will be back very soon with more Pal World videos, because you guys clearly seem to be enjoying them. The last one I uploaded got over 60,000 views, which for me is a horrible bunch. I have one goal for this one, and that is to try to make it to 100K. So if you made it this far into the video, while you're... Without further ado, these videos take me a very long time to put together, and I hope you guys enjoy them. And don't forget to follow me on Twitch too, so you can actually be a part of watching these future videos.
there. That's not what we're talking about. Rear button or back paddle attachments such as the stroke pack dominators that have been notorious, infamous if you will. Unfortunately, a lot of the time it's because of cheaters and scumbums using it in multiplayer to get an unfair advantage. But for normal, average, non-a-hole gamers like yourself and myself, products like these actually serve a pretty good purpose. Give me a second. That's better. I look a lot less disheveled. The obvious benefit is going to be the price difference. Instead of having to spend $160 to $350 on a premium customer pro controller, you source yourself a stock candidate controller for whatever platform you're on. If anything goes wrong with that controller, you simply install that pack and you still have that manufacturer warranty from Microsoft or Sony, and it looks like a stock untampered with controller because you didn't solder any paddles on the board or anything crazy like that. You know, things we do on this channel in the controller playlist. So if you've already got the controller, we'll remove the $40, $50 price of a stock controller because maybe it came with your console, or maybe it's one that you got last Christmas from your mom or something like that. So you buy a paddle pack like the one we're reviewing here today, and you have 2 or 4 remappable rear buttons and usually some additional features like turbo function and macros. But there's always been some huge cons or setbacks with all of these devices to where I've never recommended them. I've never truly used them myself, and therefore I've never told the stallions and stallionettes to pop for them when there is a vast, wide world of custom premium and pro controllers. Granted, they're bust out your bank book or purse there, sweetheart. They ain't cheap. We know this. Technology has changed with these rear button add-on devices to where all of my major complaints have now been remedied. For example, you used to have to go wired, tethered via a cable, basically stepping back in technology because you're taking a wireless controller and making it to where you have to play wired all the time. And the biggest kicker in the pot sticker, those rear buttons usually suck ergonomically in comparison to back buttons attached to dedicated controllers like I review on this channel. Well, for the first time, and I do literally mean first time, there is a back button attachment system or device that is wireless for use on the Xbox consoles, has a bunch of features I didn't even know I would appreciate until I used them, but most importantly, the rear buttons are actually good. And a wise man once said, life is too short to play with rear buttons that aren't very good. I didn't say the wise man was articulate or well-spoken. I just said he was wise. Rear button must be good. These are pretty good. Let's get into it. This is your controller captain. We've reached 6,900 feet. Go ahead and start flicking the sticks and mollywhopping the back paddles. You don't like back paddles? How about those rear buttons? We've tested almost 100 custom and premium controllers, and we're only at the beginning. You need a thumbstick guide or a tutorial on how to overclock your controller? Check out the controller playlist. Bing bong. Controller captain out. Quick disclaimer to my audience, the stallions and stallionettes. This product was sent for review, but this is going to be an honest, comprehensive review. If there's any cons, shortcomings, or areas of improvement, you're going to hear about it. So these companies can make better products over time. Back button attachments like this have existed for about 15 years or so, since the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 generation. Shoot, there might have been a couple of niche ones for the PS2 and Xbox original, but this is a whole nother ball game. This is the first wireless pack I've ever seen. That's huge all on its own. But there's also multi-platform support, which I love to see. Xbox Series S and X, Xbox One, Nintendo Switch, and Windows 10 and 11. 4 remappable rear buttons, awesome, and they're actually ergonomic and comfortable. We'll get to that in just a hot tick. 3 onboard swappable profiles, so what you've become accustomed to with premium controllers, pro controllers, if you will. That's nice. And this is great. 1300 milliamp hour rechargeable battery. The golden standard currently is 1000. Good controllers, you will see 850 to 1100. So 1300 is a very handsome, respectable battery. Next up, they have a marketing gimmick name over here. Next speed wireless technology, but in all seriousness, I didn't feel or notice any input lag or delay while playing wirelessly. That's that's important. Importante, if you will. Rosetta Stone, learning the Spanish. No wireless lag or delay, or delag. Also, you've got Gyrocon and Motion Control Assist. Awesome. Next up, you have an application or software suite for full customization and control of your controller. The pack is also only 58 grams, which is impressive considering it does have a 1300 milliamp hour battery and it is wireless, so it has that wireless adapter on board. And if you're thinking to yourself, Big Juan, I've heard this name before, you're absolutely correct. I'm not going to gaslight you or anything. We did review this controller and it got very high marks as one of my favorite Nintendo Switch controllers. There's also 2 rear buttons on the back of the sucker that you can detach. This review is linked in the description below. Now, there can be a little confusion because if you stumble onto Amazon, I don't know why you're stumbling, but if you walk casually onto Amazon, you see a $70 variant and a $40 variant. Are these different? Absolutely. There's the Armor X Pro and the standard version for $20 cheaper. If you come over here to the website, there is a convenient little comparison chart or table. The only difference is the $50 variant is missing 2 versions of motion control, and you also don't have the app customize, but you can still rebind or remap the rear buttons, as I'll show you how to do later in this video, if you can be patient enough. But these work on the same platforms. They are both wireless. They have the same 1300 milliamp hour battery, the same ultra low latency connection, basically the same device minus motion control. So if you are somebody that does not use motion controls at all, well, you just saved $20, didn't you? So I'm expecting somewhat decent included accessories and packaging, but you know, or better yet, the practicality, cut costs on the packaging and just make a good product. This is plastic, no foam, anything, but the product itself does look and feel good immediately as soon as you grab it. You have a little quality control sticker in here saying that a human being actually took a peek in the box and was like, yep, the product looks good. You do have an included USB-C cable. Oh, woo! Oh, woo! Well, almost lost an eyeball, baby. Hazard to the job. Who said being a YouTuber was less dangerous than when I was in the military? You have a very short USB-C cable. It is also rubber, not braided or microfiber. It is not very flexible or lightweight. However, that doesn't matter. This is pretty much just for charging your pack, as it does have that onboard 1300 milliamp hour battery, and this is a wireless pack. And that is why I agreed to feature you on the channel instead of telling them to get bent, which I usually do with these companies that reach out about it.
Try our new paddle pack on Amazon. It's $26 with a coupon.
It's not janky at all. It uses micro USB and 3 AAA batteries. This is an actual legit, like, good rear button system. I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, the instruction manual is actually pretty good. English is the first and primary language. Font is a little bit small for my liking, but it is a very descriptive instruction manual. As seen from this front page here, you do have full pictures and it tells you what you need to see, but you don't need this. You have me. You don't have me. You don't own me, but you know, like, you have me making the video for you, so you don't need the instruction manual. And real quick, a fun little note, all over the box, the landing page on the website, the Amazon page, their slogan or catchphrase with this product is Beyond the Elite. So they could be talking about going beyond the elite gamer, but they're pretty much talking about the elite controller. I like that, a little jab at their competitors. That's kind of along the lines of like D-brands, how they're a little bit snooty and consnickety on social media and whatnot. It's kind of like part of their brand. They're beyond the elite. Got me a stock Xbox One controller. Series controller. Same, little differences, couple millimeters on the bumpers here, different texturing, added a share button and now using a hybrid D-pad. Anyway, you get sidetracked easily. Popping off this battery tray door. You want another camera view? I do. I want like a change of scenery. All right, my brave friends. Let me, whoa, come on now. I'm hosting the video. Let me sit in here. Let me sit in on the meeting, please. All right, step 1, battery tray door, remove it. Step 2, battery pack, slide it in. Actually, before you do that, I do recommend getting a full charge on this before initially using it. How do you charge this thing? Flipper on or Tookus and you have a USB-C port in the bottom. Cool, pretend that I charged this up and I didn't just grab it right out of the box. Slide it into the battery tray door. Fits perfectly, snaps in ultra flush. Then you're gonna take this very short USB-C cable and shove it into the awaiting hole or port in the top of your controller. It's ready, just put it where it wants to go. Oh, they've done it. It only took 15 years. That's not that long. It's pretty long, actually. Where you want to naturally rest your hands when you hold a Xbox One or Series controller, that's where your middle fingers are going to lie. Now, you are going to use your middle fingers to actuate all 4 of these buttons. You're going to squeeze inward for these inner buttons, and then you're going to extend outward for these inner buttons. Did I say these were inner buttons? These are outer buttons. These are inner buttons. A little confusing. Now, one complaint I do have is you cannot hit the 2 buttons on the same side simultaneously unless you got some big old thick middle fingers, right? If you got some skinny boys like these, you are gonna have a little difficulty with that. You can simultaneously hit other combinations of buttons, but if you're trying to wedge your finger in there to hit both of these buttons at the same time, maybe you're trying to jump and reload or slide and swap weapons at the same time, I don't know what you have your buttons bound to, bud. I do have an entire video about what you should bind your rear buttons to, there in the description. But unlike the Scuf Instinct, Reflex, and a couple other controllers I've tested recently that have a similar design to this where you can kind of wedge your finger in there and hit both buttons, these are spaced out far enough to where you really can't. That's kind of a downside for me. Another downside is this module or block is a little bit thick and bulky, and I understand it kind of has to be. They're holding a bunch of mechanical stuff in here, but is about an additional ½ inch of thickness added to the back of your controller, and if this block could be thinner at the next version or iteration, bringing it closer to the rear shell, it would be a lot more ergonomically comfortable. But as it stands now, really good. The switches have a nice tactile click, letting you know that you did actuate them. I do wish they required just a little bit more resistance. I could see some accidental actuations just by squeezing the controller a little too tightly when you get excited, maybe hitting some of those buttons accidentally. But overall, very good design. You could try to hold it like that if you want to cover all 4 of the buttons simultaneously, and that will give you a lot of fatigue, probably after about 15 minutes. So just hold it as the good Lord intended. Not even religious, don't know why I say that, but as it shall be, just hold it. Now this entire module is plastic. There is no rubberized coating on the buttons, which I would like to see, or feel I should say, a little bit of rubberized coating, texturing, something on here. This is just slick plastic. And as for the dongle, it's also incredibly high quality. You do have this plastic dust cover. I do wish it was a little bit smaller, sleeker, because if you are plugging this into the front of your console or PC tower, this is a little bit bulky. It ain't the prettiest thing in the world, and you could accidentally knock it off. But having said that, it's a nice dongle. It's got this little shape here, which makes it easy to grab and pull out. Boy, there's a lot of buttons on the back of this thing. Handling the control suite. Let's figure it out. The first step to getting connected to your Xbox Series console is to take the included USB-C dongle and plug that into the USB-C port on your console. Once you power on the pack, you are connected. It just automatically pairs up. Now to rebind the rear buttons is pretty simple. You're gonna go ahead and hold down this A/B button in combination with one of the rear buttons. Hey, it's me again, I'm back. You actually don't need to hold down the remapping button and a rear button. You just tap them together quickly like this. Boom. And it shoots it into remapping mode. So that's faster. You don't need to hold it down, you just tap. You are gonna get a slowly pulsing green light. Press whatever face button, D-pad you want bound to that rear button. You're gonna get a violent vibration in the controller, and then that light is gonna go back to being red. Now I don't like that this doesn't stay in rebinding or remapping mode. I like to be able to rebind all 4 of the buttons, then exit remapping mode. It's much more convenient that way. Anywho, I wanna test out this motion control aiming because that's kind of the $20 boosted feature of this version. I bet you this is gonna be the thumbnail of the video. Calling it right now. That, maybe get my hands out of the way. Oh yeah, that's money right there. Okay, the motion sensing is less of a gimmick and more badass than I initially thought. I'm gonna sit next to my dog and show you what I mean. I'm just naturally aiming around with the right analog stick, you know, as we all do when we play first-person shooters, but then I press this motion sensing button back there, and now I am literally aiming with, oh, by the way, this is dramatic. You don't need to do this with your arms. You just do it with your wrist like this. And you still have manipulation of the right analog stick, but you could fine tune with the motion sensing. And actually it is very, very responsive. You know, at first I was thinking save your 20 bucks and pop for the $50 variant. Now I'm not so sure. But I am sure there's a lot of dog hair on my socks. So let's get the cons out of the way. As mentioned, this is a relatively thick device. It has about a 1/4 inch of thickness to the back shell of your controller. I'd like if it was a little bit sleeker, a little bit slimmer. Not a deal breaker, but that's a con. Secondly, the fact that there is no rubberized coating on the rear buttons. The entire device is plastic surface material making contact with your hand. Doesn't make it feel necessarily premium. It's a con. As with other big WAN products, their controllers, their adapters, it does carry a 1-year warranty on this product. It's decent. As for the pros, because there's quite a gosh darn few. Ergonomically, this is a very comfortable rear button design. As somebody that gets to test several rear paddle or back button designs, this is actually quite good. Not just with the comfort factor, but I also like the switches. They make a nice satisfying click when you actuate them. I wish they required a little bit more resistance and were spaced a little closer together, or the button pads were larger so you could hit both buttons on each side at the same time, simultaneously. But overall, all-encompassing, it's a good rear button design. 3 onboard profiles. I use that feature on a lot of my pro controllers, and I'll probably catch myself using it on the paddle pack as well. That 1300 milliamp hour battery is going to get you a little over 10 hours of play time off of 3 hours of charge time, which is good. That's more than like a PS5 DualSense controller. Not as good as a good old pack of AA batteries inside of an Xbox controller. The multi-platform support, being able to use this on Xbox Series, Switch, Windows 10 or 11 PC, that's cool. Huge pro, it is wireless, so you don't have to be encumbered by a wire. Taking your already wireless controller and making it wired, which has always been a huge gripe or complaint of mine, but a massive pro that I did not expect to like the feature and list it as such a big benefit with the product is going to be that motion sensing feature. Now, me, myself, personally, I don't use motion sense aiming that much. I use it on my Valve Steam Deck occasionally, my PS Vita every once in a while, but if I'm playing on console, I'm using the thumbsticks, and if I'm playing on PC, I'm using the thumbsticks or I'm using my mouse. However, I will say I have been dabbling or purposely experimenting with motion control aiming on all platforms that offer it. So the Valve Steam Deck, and like I mentioned, my Vita, and even consoles that offer it with the controllers. For example, the PS3, 4, and 5 controllers have all had 6-axis motion sensing on board. And it's kind of gimmicky in some games, but it's also a nice little finesse touch to do those finite precision aiming movements in some shooters as well. And I'm starting to realize that more and more. And I have to say, the motion sensing on board this button pack is insanely accurate, very fluid, very smooth, and the fact that you can use it in conjunction with the right analog stick, so if you want to use them both together, you could, or just relying solely on the motion aiming, you could do that and be very accurate once you become proficient. But here's what makes that awesome. This isn't a feature that's built into one controller. It's on this actual rear paddle system. So whatever controller you're using it with, whether you're using this on any of the supported platforms, Switch, Xbox One, Series, Windows 10 or 11, no matter what controller you're using with this adapter, you can instantly hit that middle button and boom, you're motion aiming. It's built into the pack itself, so it's going to be usable in anything you're playing. Like you saw me sitting in the beanbag playing Master Chief Collection, which is a game that doesn't have motion sense aiming built in, and it felt like it was a feature that was built into the game. Like it felt hella smooth. I liked it. Next up, all the additional features that you have, such as turbo, and then you also have the app. You have the application suite that lets you control a whole bunch of things with your paddle pack. A lot of customization here. And the final pro is going to be the overall build quality. The adapter as well as the device itself feels good. It feels solid. It feels chonky. As for the software suite, it's not like I'm saving the best for last or anything like that. It's tacked on to the end of the video for two reasons. One, I forgot. I had the whole video was edited, uploaded to YouTube. I forgot the little software suite. And secondly, even though I forgot it initially, it's pretty forgettable software and you simply don't need it. But let's get a quick tutorial or walk through the software. This is the official Big Big One application for installation on iOS and the Android store. So there's only two devices that actually use this software program. So if it sucks ass, it's not too detrimental. We have the Armor X Pro. You can set up your macros over here. Now it's not in real time where you can press buttons on the controller. You actually have to type them in via the application and set the duration and interval and all that other good stuff. But over here in the configs tab, let's go over here to edit. The first tab is going to be motion. Sure enough, if you need to calibrate or set up the sensitivity of your motion sensing, you can even set up different sensitivity curves, which I've never seen for motion aiming. So that is incredibly in depth. I don't know why I'm pulling my phone away like you're really going to see my face. It's, well, actually you can. It's pretty damn dark in here though. Now over here in thumbsticks, this is our bread and butter. This is our comfort zone, setting up the response curves for your analog sticks, your thumbstick. Whoop. Okay, closing the application. I also like to see that it is separated by the left and right analog stick, which is awesome. As for the trigger tab, not too much going on here, just the trigger dead zones. And on the key mappings, you can rebind from here as well as apply a turbo function. Also, I don't fully understand how you're adjusting things like thumbstick dead zones, considering it's a fucking strike pack. The software suite, it's decent, but you don't need it. I probably won't touch it ever again, but I will use these. This is my favorite rear button attachment that I have tested thus far. Drop in the comment section below any of these little rear button packs, such as strike pack dominators, that you would like tested, reviewed, and showcased right here at Gamer Heaven, and I can make that happen. The lowest price for this product is listed in the description below on Amazon, and I will see you stallions and stallionettes tomorrow. Peace. If you enjoyed the video, liking it helps it to get seen by more gamers. This information will reach and assist them as well, which in turn helps me grow this little channel, which I do greatly appreciate. Subscribe for more content like this. I cover news in the gaming community and industry, tutorials helping you get set up streaming and YouTubing, as well as honest gaming product reviews, keyboards, mice, headsets, controllers, mics, chairs, etc. There are some hefty exclusive discount codes found only in the description of my videos and only for the audience here at Gamer Heaven. I have links to all my other platforms and socials in the description below. To get in touch with myself and the stallions and stallionettes of Gamer Heaven, join the community Discord, and check me out at twitch.tv where I go live every other leap year on a blue moon if it falls into an odd calendar number, and my pH balance is on point. Just kidding, starting June I'm going to be live streaming a lot. Thanks for watching. This has been AK40 Kevin hosting Gamer Heaven, and I'll see you tomorrow because I upload daily, all the time, 60% of the time, sometimes, most of the time. Peace. we're talking about. Rear button or back paddle attachments, such as the Strike Pack Dominators that have been notorious, infamous if you will. Unfortunately, a lot of the time it's because of cheaters and scumbums using it in multiplayer to get an unfair advantage. But for normal, average, non-a-hole gamers like yourself and myself, products like these actually serve a pretty good purpose. Give me a second. That's better. I look a lot less disheveled. The obvious benefit is going to be the price difference. Instead of having to spend $160 to $350 on a premium customer pro controller, you source yourself a stock candidate controller for whatever platform you're on. If anything goes wrong with that controller, you simply uninstall that pack and you still have that manufacturer warranty from Microsoft or Sony, and it looks like a stock untampered with controller because you didn't solder any paddles on the board or anything crazy like that. You know, things we do on this channel in the controller playlist. So if you've already got the controller, we'll remove the $40, $50 price of a stock controller because maybe it came with your console, or maybe it's one that you got last Christmas from your mom or something like that. So you buy a paddle pack like the one we're reviewing here today, and you have 2 or 4 remappable rear buttons and usually some additional features like turbo function and macros. But there's always been some huge cons or setbacks with all of these devices to where I've never recommended them. I've never truly used them myself, and therefore I've never told the stallions and stallionettes to pop for them when there is a vast, wide world of custom premium and pro controllers. Granted, they're bust out your bank book or purse there, sweetheart. They ain't cheap. We know this. Technology has changed with these rear button add-on devices to where all of my major complaints have now been remedied. For example, you used to have to go wired, tethered via a cable, basically stepping back in technology because you're taking a wireless controller and making it to where you have to play wired all the time. And the biggest kicker in the pot sticker, those rear buttons usually suck ergonomically in comparison to back buttons attached to dedicated controllers like I review on this channel. Well, for the first time, and I do literally mean the first time, there is a back button attachment system or device that is wireless for use on the Xbox consoles, has a bunch of features I didn't even know I would appreciate until I used them, but most importantly, the rear buttons are actually good. And a wise man once said, life is too short to play with rear buttons that aren't very good. I didn't say the wise man was articulate or well-spoken. I just said he was wise. Rear button must be good. These are pretty good. Let's get into it. This is your controller captain. We've reached 6,900 feet. Go ahead and start flicking the sticks and mollywopping the back paddles. You don't like back paddles? How about those rear buttons? We've tested almost 100 custom and premium controllers, and we're only at the beginning. You need a thumbstick guide or a tutorial on how to overclock your controller? Check out the controller playlist. Bing bong. Controller captain out. Quick disclaimer to my audience, the stallions and stallionettes, this product was sent for review, but this is going to be an honest, comprehensive review. If there's any cons, shortcomings, or areas of improvement, you're going to hear about it. So these companies can make better products over time. Back button attachments like this have existed for about 15 years or so, since the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 generation. Shoot, there might have been a couple of niche ones for the PS2 and Xbox original, but this is a whole nother ball game. This is the first wireless pack I've ever seen. That's huge all on its own. But there's also multi-platform support, which I love to see. Xbox Series S and X, Xbox One, Nintendo Switch, and Windows 10 and 11. 4 remappable rear buttons, awesome, and they're actually ergonomic and comfortable. We'll get to that in just a hot tick. 3 onboard swappable profiles, so what you've become accustomed to with premium controllers, pro controllers, if you will. That's nice. And this is great. 1300 milliamp hour rechargeable battery. The golden standard currently is 1000. Good controllers, you will see 850 to 1100. So 1300 is a very handsome, respectable battery. Next up, they have a marketing gimmick name over here. Next speed wireless technology, but in all seriousness, I didn't feel or notice any input lag or delay while playing wirelessly. That's a bit, that's important. Importante, if you will. Rosetta Stone, learning the Spanish. No wireless lag or delay, or delag. Also, you've got Gyrocon and Motion Control Assist. Awesome. Next up, you have an application or software suite for full customization and control of your controller. The pack is also only 58 grams, which is impressive considering it does have a 1300 milliamp hour battery and it is wireless, so it has that wireless adapter on board. And if you're thinking to yourself, Big Juan, I've heard this name before, you're absolutely correct. I'm not going to gaslight you or anything. We did review this controller and it got very high marks as one of my favorite Nintendo Switch controllers. There's also 2 rear buttons on the back of the sucker that you can detach. This review is linked in the description below. Now, there can be a little confusion because if you stumble onto Amazon, I don't know why you're stumbling, but if you walk casually onto Amazon, you see a $70 variant and a $40 variant. Are these different? Absolutely. There's the Armor X Pro and the standard version for $20 cheaper. If you come over here to the website, there is a convenient little comparison chart or table. The only difference is the $50 variant is missing 2 versions of motion control, and you also don't have the app customize, but you can still rebind or remap the rear buttons, as I'll show you how to do later in this video, if you can be patient enough. But these work on the same platforms. They are both wireless. They have the same 1300 milliamp hour battery, the same ultra low latency connection, basically the same device minus motion control. So if you are somebody that does not use motion controls at all, well, you just saved $20, didn't you? So I'm expecting somewhat decent included accessories packaging, but you know, or better yet, the practicality, cut costs on the packaging and just make a good product. This is plastic, no foam or anything, but the product itself does look and feel good immediately as soon as you grab it. You have a little quality control sticker in here saying that a human being actually took a peek in the box and was like, yep, the product looks good. You do have an included USB-C cable. Oh, woo! Oh, woo! Well, almost lost an eyeball, baby. Hazard of the job. Who said being a YouTuber was less dangerous than when I was in the military? You have a very short USB-C cable. It is also rubber, not braided or microfiber. It is not very flexible or lightweight. However, that doesn't matter. This is pretty much just for charging your pack, as it does have that onboard 1300 milliamp hour battery, and this is a wireless pack. And that is why I agreed to feature you on the channel, instead of telling them to get bent, which I usually do with these companies that reach out about it.
Try our new paddle pack on Amazon. It's $26 with a coupon. It's not janky at all. It uses micro USB and 3 AAA batteries. This is an actual legit, like, good rear button system. I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, the instruction manual is actually pretty good. English is the first and primary language. Font is a little bit small for my liking, but it is a very descriptive instruction manual. As seen from this front page here, you do have full pictures and it tells you what you need to see, but you don't need this. You have me. You don't have me. You don't own me. But, you know, like, you have me making the video for you, so you don't need the instruction manual. And real quick, a fun little note, all over the box, the landing page on the website, the Amazon page, their slogan or catchphrase with this product is Beyond the Elite. So they could be talking about going beyond the elite gamer, but they're pretty much talking about the elite controller. I like that, a little jab at their competitors. That's kind of along the lines of like D-brands, how they're a little bit snooty and constickety on social media and whatnot. It's kind of like part of their brand. They're beyond the elite. Got me a stock Xbox One controller, series controller. Same, little differences, couple millimeters on the bumpers here, different texturing, added a share button and now using a hybrid D-pad. Anyway, you get sidetracked easily. Popping off this battery tray door. You want another camera view? I do. I want like a change of scenery. All right, my friends. Let me, whoa, come on now. I'm hosting the video. Let me sit in here. Let me sit in on the meeting, please. All right, step 1, battery tray door, remove it. Step 2, battery pack, slide it in. Actually, before you do that, I do recommend getting a full charge on this before initially using it. How do you charge this thing? Flipper on or Tookus, and you have a USB-C port in the bottom. Cool, pretend that I charged this up and I didn't just grab it right out of the box. Slide it into the battery tray door. Fits perfectly, snaps in ultra flush. Then you're gonna take this very short USB-C cable and shove it into the awaiting hole or port in the top of your controller. It's ready, just put it where it wants to go. Oh, they've done it. It only took 15 years. That's not that long. It's pretty long, actually. Where you want to naturally rest your hands when you hold a Xbox One or Series controller, that's where your middle fingers are going to lie. Now, you are going to use your middle fingers to actuate all 4 of these buttons. You're going to squeeze inward for these inner buttons, and then you're going to extend outward for these inner buttons. Did I say these were inner buttons? These are outer buttons. These are inner buttons. A little confusing. Now, one complaint I do have is you cannot hit the 2 buttons on the same side simultaneously unless you got some big old thick middle fingers, right? If you got some skinny boys like these, you are gonna have a little difficulty with that. You can simultaneously hit other combinations of buttons, but if you're trying to wedge your finger in there to hit both of these buttons at the same time, maybe you're trying to jump and reload or slide and swap weapons at the same time, I don't know what you have your buttons bound to, bud. I do have an entire video about what you should bind your rear buttons to, there in the description. But unlike the Scuf Instinct, Reflex, and a couple other controllers I've tested recently that have a similar design to this where you can kind of wedge your finger in there and hit both buttons, these are spaced out far enough to where you really can't. That's kind of a downside for me. Another downside is this module or block is a little bit thick and bulky, and I understand it kind of has to be. They're holding a bunch of mechanical stuff in here, but is about an additional ½ inch of thickness added to the back of your controller, and if this block could be thinner at the next version or iteration, bringing it closer to the rear shell, it'd be a lot more ergonomically comfortable. But as it stands now, really good. The switches have a nice tactile click, letting you know that you did actuate them. I do wish they required just a little bit more resistance. I could see some accidental actuations just by squeezing the controller a little too tightly when you get excited, maybe hitting some of those buttons accidentally. But overall, very good design. You could try to hold it like that if you want to cover all 4 of the buttons simultaneously, and that will give you a lot of fatigue, probably after about 15 minutes. So just hold it as the good Lord intended. Not even religious, don't know why I say that, but as it shall be, just hold it. Now this entire module is plastic. There is no rubberized coating on the buttons, which I would like to see, or feel I should say, a little bit of rubberized coating, texturing, something on here. This is just slick plastic. And as for the dongle, it's also incredibly high quality. You do have this plastic dust cover. I do wish it was a little bit smaller, sleeker, because if you are plugging this into the front of your console or PC tower, this is a little bit bulky. It ain't the prettiest thing in the world, and you could accidentally knock it off. But having said that, it's a nice dongle. It's got this little shape here, which makes it easy to grab and pull out. Boy, there's a lot of buttons on the back of this thing. Handling the control suite. Let's figure it out. The first step to getting connected to your Xbox Series console is to take the included USB-C dongle and plug that into the USB-C port on your console. Once you power on the pack, you are connected. It just automatically pairs up. Now to rebind the rear buttons is pretty simple. You're going to go ahead and hold down this A/B button in combination with one of the rear buttons. Hey, it's me again, I'm back. You actually don't need to hold down the remapping button and a rear button. You just tap them together quickly like this. Boom. And it shoots it into remapping mode. So that's faster. You don't need to hold it down, you just tap. You are going to get a slowly pulsing green light. Press whatever face button, D-pad you want bound to that rear button. You're going to get a violent vibration in the controller, and then that light is going to go back to being red. Now, I don't like that this doesn't stay in rebinding or remapping mode. I like to be able to rebind all 4 of the buttons, then exit remapping mode. It's much more convenient that way. Anywho, I want to test out this motion control aiming because that's kind of the $20 boosted feature of this version. I bet you this is going to be the thumbnail of the video. Calling it right now. That, maybe get my hands out of the way. Oh yeah, that's money right there. Okay, the motion sensing is less of a gimmick and more badass than I initially thought. I'm gonna sit next to my dog and show you what I mean. I'm just naturally aiming around with the right analog stick, you know, as we all do when we play first-person shooters, but then I press this little motion sensing button back there, and now I am literally aiming with, oh, by the way, this is dramatic. You don't need to do this with your arms. You just do it with your wrist like this. And you still have manipulation of the right analog stick, but you can fine tune with the motion sensing. And actually it is very, very responsive. You know, at first I was thinking save your 20 bucks and pop for the $50 variant. Now I'm not so sure, but I am sure there's a lot of dog hair on my socks.
Let's get the cons out of the way. As mentioned, this is a relatively thick device. It has about a 1/4 inch of thickness to the back shell of your controller. I'd like if it was a little bit sleeker, a little bit slimmer. Not a deal breaker, but that's a con. Secondly, the fact that there is no rubberized coating on the rear buttons. The entire device is plastic surface material making contact with your hand. Doesn't make it feel necessarily premium. It's a con. As with other big WAN products, their controllers, their adapters, it does carry a 1-year warranty on this product. It's decent. As for the pros, because there's quite a gosh darn few. Ergonomically, this is a very comfortable rear button design. As somebody that gets to test rear paddle or back button designs, this is actually quite good. Not just with the comfort factor, but I also like the switches. They make a nice satisfying click when you actuate them. I wish they required a little bit more resistance and were spaced a little closer together, or the button pads were larger so you could hit both buttons on each side at the same time, simultaneously. But overall, all-encompassing, it's a good rear button design. 3 onboard profiles. I use that feature on a lot of my Pro controllers, and I'll probably catch myself using it on the paddle pack as well. That 1300 milliamp hour batteries, and it gets you a little over 10 hours of play time off of 3 hours of charge time, which is good. That's more than like a PS5 DualSense controller. Not as good as a good old pack of AA batteries inside of an Xbox controller though. The multi-platform support, being able to use this on Xbox Series, Switch, Windows 10 or 11 PC,
That's cool. Huge Pro, it is wireless, so you don't have to be encumbered by a wire, taking your already wireless controller and making it wired, which has always been a huge gripe or complaint of mine. But a massive pro that I did not expect to like the feature and list it as such a big benefit with this product is going to be that motion sensing feature. Now, me, myself, personally, I don't use motion sense aiming that much. I use it on my Steam Deck occasionally, my PS Vita every once in a while. But if I'm playing on console, I'm using the thumbsticks, and if I'm playing on PC, I'm using the thumbsticks or I'm using my mouse. However, I will say I have been dabbling or purposely experimenting with motion control aiming on all platforms that offer it. So the Valve Steam Deck, and like I mentioned, my Vita, and even consoles that offer it with the controllers. For example, the PS3, 4, and 5 controllers have all had 6-axis motion sensing on board. And it's kind of gimmicky in some games, but it's also a nice little finesse touch to do those finite precision aiming movements in some shooters as well. And I'm starting to realize that more and more. And I have to say, the motion sensing on board this button pack is insanely accurate, very fluid, very smooth, and the fact that you can use it in conjunction with the right analog stick, so if you want to use them both together, you could, or just relying solely on the motion aiming, you could do that and be very accurate once you become proficient. But here's what makes that awesome. This isn't a feature that's built into one controller. It's on this actual rear paddle system. So whatever controller you're using it with, whether you're using this on any of the supported platforms, Switch, Xbox One, Series, Windows 10 or 11, no matter what controller you're using with this adapter, you can instantly hit that middle button and boom, you're motion aiming. It's built into the pack itself, so it's going to be usable in anything you're playing. Like you saw me sitting in the beanbag playing Master Chief Collection, which is a game that doesn't have motion sense aiming built in, and it felt like it was a feature that was built into the game. Like, it felt hella smooth. I liked it. Next up, all the additional features that you have, such as turbo, and then you also have the app. You have the application suite that lets you control a whole bunch of things with your paddle pack. A lot of customization here. And the final pro is going to be the overall build quality. The adapter as well as the device itself feels good. It feels solid. It feels chonky. As for the software suite, it's not like I'm saving the best for last or anything like that. It's tacked onto the end of the video for two reasons. One, I forgot. I had the whole video was edited, uploaded to YouTube. I forgot the little software suite. And secondly, even though I forgot it initially, it's pretty forgettable software and you simply don't need it. But let's get a quick tutorial or walk through the software. This is the official Big One application for installation on iOS and the Android store. So there's only two devices that actually use this software program, so if it sucks ass, it's not too detrimental. We have the Armor X Pro. You can set up your macros over here. Now, it's not in real time where you can press buttons on the controller. You actually have to type them in via the application and set the duration and interval and all that other good stuff. But over here in the configs tab, let's go over here to edit. The first tab is going to be motion. Sure enough, if you need to calibrate or set up the sensitivity of your motion sensing, you can even set up different sensitivity curves, which I've never seen for motion aiming, so that is incredibly in depth. I don't know why I'm pulling my phone away like you're really going to see my face. It's, well, actually you can. It's pretty damn dark in here though. Now over here in thumbsticks, this is our bread and butter. This is our comfort zone, setting up the response curves for your analog sticks, your thumbstick. Okay, closing the application. I also like to see that it is separated by the left and right analog stick, which is awesome. As for the trigger tab, not too much going on here, just the trigger dead zones. And on the key mappings, you can rebind from here as well as apply a turbo function. Also, I don't fully understand how you're adjusting things like thumbstick dead zones, considering it's a fucking strike pack. The software suite, it's decent, but you don't need it. I probably won't touch it ever again, but I will use these. This is my favorite rear button attachment that I have tested thus far. Drop in the comment section below any of these little rear button packs, such as strike pack dominators, that you would like tested, reviewed, and showcased right here at Gamer Heaven, and I can make that happen. The lowest price for this product is listed in the description below on Amazon, and I will see you stallions and stallionettes tomorrow. Peace. If you enjoyed the video, liking it helps it to get seen by more gamers. This information will reach in a system as well, which in turn helps me grow this little channel, which I do greatly appreciate. Subscribe for more content like this. I cover news in the gaming community and industry, tutorials helping you get set up streaming and YouTubing, as well as honest gaming product reviews, keyboards, mice, headsets, controllers, mics, chairs, etc. There are some hefty exclusive discount codes found only in the description of my videos and only for the audience here at Gamer Heaven. I have links to all my other platforms and socials in the description below. To get in touch with myself and the stallions and stallionettes of Gamer Heaven, join the community Discord, and check me out at twitch.tv where I go live every other leap year on a blue moon if it falls into an odd calendar number, and my pH balance is on point. Just kidding. Starting June, I'm going to be live streaming a lot. Thanks for watching. It's been AK40 Kevin hosting Gamer Heaven, and I'll see you tomorrow because I upload daily. All the time. 60% of the time. Sometimes. Most of the time. Peace.
part of. Everyone still thinks it's the first day. No one chose this.
Memory can be a treasure and also a curse.
Profound. You trying to forget anything specific?
You would know.
And modern, of a world sharded out from our own, a mirror that's a complex mix of many games almost equal to the domain-spanning puzzles that occasionally grace it. A piece of cosmic horror here, a cornerstone of Legend of Zelda and its more organic lack of guidance gameplay there, and at the center, a mix of pieces that reflect real conflicts with humanity, conflicts like Bosnia, Ukraine, parts of the Middle East, and, well, Texas, if anybody tried to attack it. Enigmatic as it may be, Hell Is Us is a third-person action-adventure game from a Montreal-based studio, in this case, Rogue Factor, and it's about to get as real as it can. Using Unreal, the game is hitting on September 4th, 2025, across PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, and Windows PC. I haven't seen anything about the Switch so far. The gameplay unfolds within a semi-open world, deliberately stripped of conventional navigational aids. Think of it almost as an open hub. There's no map, compass, quest log, or objective marker. Instead, the experience leans into environmental storytelling and player intuition, compelling explorers to piece together their journey through the dialogue, observation, subtle world cues, and the growling dog-like warning of a whispering spirit or a crackling energy just over a mountaintop. This minimalistic design approach sustains a sense of discovery almost from beginning to end and places storytelling and listening to those stories at the core of players' experience. You're consistently searching around, listening, paying attention to everything that's going on around you as you're trying to find out what happened to your family in this war-torn world before you returned. And I'll tell you what, one of the things I did not expect was to open up a game and suddenly be hearing Adam Jensen talking to some dude whose face looks like Thanos' bulge. Looked like a grape, a dichotomy of facial features and weird-ass voice, seeing this massive, almost demonic magical being sitting across from a normal-looking character. But then, as they discuss real things going into the main character's life and how he got to this particular situation, I realized Hell Is Us is going to be one hell of a ride, good or bad. For a game that explores this kind of lore, and I would say heavy features when it comes to its story, it actually throws you in pretty quickly, just pieces. For example, Secret World and its supernaturalness mixed with its modern, as well as many other titles that leave it up to you to figure out exactly what's going on. Hell Is Us has you peter back and forth in a Boy Scout's worst friggin' nightmare, a mysterious woods, creepy sounds kind of situation right at the start, making you listen and understand. Behind you, there's 17 different trails all going off, and none of them giving an indication of which one that you need to follow. And you listen and try to understand. Everything about the game is diegetic. The entire way in which it's played is about giving you information when it comes to you and your senses. An NPC giving you the information when it comes to a quest, or if they don't know or don't feel like giving any information to you, sometimes the absence of it. And that makes exploring and the overall mystery that much more enjoyable. For example, in the first area, as I was meandering through what looked like a haunted version of the 7-Acre Wood, I started to hear a unique sound far off, a sound that reminded me of childhood that was offset by the sound of water coming off of something metal in the distance, as well as the crunch of a living creature where I couldn't quite place exactly its location. As I moved forward, I realized that was wind chimes that somebody had hung up, and that turned out to be a particular item of interest later on. But it sort of primes you right away for understanding how the game's going to deliver its information. For me, it's one of the first games in a long time that's felt like the developers have looked at it and said, hey, let's do this. Let's just see what happens. And let's make sure that people understand that they need to pay attention to every single thing in the game. As I continued to explore, I ended up meeting some characters, understanding a little bit about the game world, and the very first discussion I had with somebody, I realized, oh crap, I need to pay attention to this. Different NPCs you talk to unlock various areas within your HUD and different clues, and as you more information, those clues solidify into actual story leads. But let's jump into combat for a second. We'll get back to exploration in a moment. In Hell Is Us, up-close combat isn't just about swinging sharp things into creepy things until all things stop moving. Well, it is, but it's a bit more nuanced than that. Every weapon, your swords, your axes, your polearms, your blunt regrets of massive hitting have their own rhythm, weight, and learning curve. Attacks feel pretty deliberate, and a couple misaligned swings can end up with the main character inspecting the floor at insanely high velocity. Later upgrades to these can add abilities to the weapons. Now, one of the reasons I like the game is there's a stamina health system that I didn't quite know how it was going to work out, but as I jumped into it, it's sort of a lovely little twist on cruelty. Stamina regenerates, but health doesn't, and the less health you have, the smaller your stamina pool because it caps. It's a slow, quiet collapse into exhaustion that pushes panic and rewards people who treat combat a bit like a chess match if the pieces were bleeding and screaming. And add to that this healing pulse system. Defeating enemies spawns little floaty orbs that circle the main character like confused space fireflies. Gather enough and you can pop up a healing pulse and pull them in. And if you don't get interrupted or hit, you heal up to the amount of damage you did to the enemy. It's not necessarily new, it's clever, it's occasionally clumsy, but it keeps you constantly managing risk versus reward like a one-man triage center, especially because it feeds into the way the game handles other aspects of combat. Add to that the ability to have a drone fairly early on to harrow your opponents by sending it out to confuse them or distract them, especially if they're in pairs, because apparently ghosts hate drones also, and it sort of builds up into a combat system that isn't necessarily insanely mechanically accurate or correct, but it does feel pretty fun. Everything's rounded out by a dodge out of the way and parry kind of system, all that feel pretty natural, exactly as you would expect in a game like this. As you continue to explore, more and more groups of enemies start to come out. You have to very much keep an eye on the game world because you can actually see a lot of indications of enemies, not just the ones that are there, but ones that will pop up if you keep an eye open. I do wish the game had better impacts when it comes to the combat. Yes, I get it. For the most part, you're fighting demons and ghosts who don't exactly have a ton of mass, and who knows how it feels to kick the shit out of a spirit. But it is weak in that way, and I would have liked to have seen more impact. Now, after a little bit of time, you actually get the ability, as I said, to upgrade your weapons with various different glyphs that you found throughout the game world. The glyphs are rage, grief, neutral, terror, and ecstasy. And each one is sort of a sin of mankind marbleized into an actual glyph that you put on the item. And you can also get defensive gear. You can have your craftsmen study to learn more systems. And honestly, it just seems to generally work. It's also here, though, where you really do see your only bit of stealth that's in the game. There's a particular glyph that you can get and put on a weapon that stops some of the enemies from seeing you. Now, there's a couple bits of genius here, though. Genius that if I don't mention, I'd feel like I was doing the game a bit of a grave disservice. The first is that the enemies don't respawn unless you leave the entire level and come back. It's sort of a soft system, too, because there were occasional times I was traveling where one or two would respawn. But what it does is it offers a completely different style than, let's say, a Dark Souls game does. And honestly, I expected that kind of respawn system. You may think to yourself, that would undo the challenge, but it's actually far from it. What it actually does is it caused me to extend a little bit farther than normal. It caused me to explore a little bit more than I would because I knew that behind me isn't a conga line of ever-resurrecting spiritual assholes where I know that every single 6 feet on my way back to base is going to be filled with enemies doing the equivalent of spiritual sit-ups, getting up and standing to attack me. Instead, I got to go around that corner, I got to go around that bend, and I can see this amazing thing far off in the distance, and that I would be able to trek back even if something farther off ended up damaging me. And that sense of exploration continues to expand out as you play. There may be issues here or there, though. I certainly do wish there was a jump button because apparently this hobbled knacker can't even get over the smallest boulder. But he rolls like a D20s, but at least you don't have to worry about a bunch of enemies snacking the shit out of you that were gone 30 seconds prior. There's a lot of different flavors of other games here. Stalker, sometimes in its overall field and direness and almost a feeling of loneliness, at times a bit like Elix, even when it's just the unique fiction that was presented. There's almost a little bit of Witcher 3 as well, as its presentation of longer vistas and places that you look and go, you know what, I want to explore that. With this many odds and ends put together, you would think it might be a mechanics mess, ultimately far less utilitarian and more of just an ungainly mix of different mechanics and styles, but it actually came together quite well. Now, you also notice that Dark Souls isn't in the discussion here. That's correct. It solidly isn't. Not every game can be whittled down into a set of comparisons with others and conspiracies of copy-paste. But if we were doing that, then no, not much of that is actually here. However, that's also why I mentioned the lack of that jump. It's certainly doable and playable. A lot of things are doable and playable regardless. But there's a lot of backtracking that can happen because you'll find something cool looking and you start to head to it and realize, oh shit, I'm actually on this path that doesn't have a way up. So I have to go all the way back so that my character, Nimble Jax McButterfoot, can actually make it up the other side. It's especially infuriating when you end up going up a ladder and hitting a button to turbo speed your way up that ladder like you're some goddamn Looney Tunes character, but for some reason he can't bend his knees more than 1 inch to get a jump. I've seen better vertical leaps on dead bodies. Well, that's exploration and combat out of the way. I want to discuss the story without spoilers just for a second. The game's story is dire. You want to know how freaking dire this game is? This picture I found all burnt up is labeled Happy Family. Be prepared. And much of the game is about family. It's going to be delivered to you via the idea of searching for your own. But man, seeing so many shattered around you right from the start, it does an amazing job making you feel like it either matters more or sometimes you're lucky to just be alive. Many times games reflect a particular theme or a focus in the main character's plot, but it doesn't really reflect in the world itself. They remind you, but they don't reinforce it. They don't reinforce the good or the bad, where your story doesn't seem to match exactly what's going on. They remind you, but they don't reinforce it consistently. That's the opposite of Hell Is Us, for better or worse. When it's better, it's seeing those who have less than you or more than you torn from their grasp, but get back together by your actions possibly. It's pretty damned incredible to join up a family because you ended up exploring around and finding something. This is also one of the first games I can say many of the side quests, the little tiny tangential quests, have an amazing feeling of reward to them. They're not necessarily this massive kind of lore. In fact, a lot of times you're doing very mundane things, stuff we've seen in other games. But this is a situation, and this is an overall worldview where the smallest things can matter. But I will say this, sometimes that's why the game's at its weakest. It's just the main search itself and your story. Not that it wasn't interesting, it's that I found myself more interested in everybody else in the game because ultimately I'm able to handle myself, generically at least in the world. Many can't. Your mileage is going to vary on that. Now, I did have a couple of other issues. There were a couple quests that were quite difficult to actually end up succeeding at, and I had to really think hard at these because many of them, they really don't have a ton of information. There were also a couple times in the main story I got a little stymied by no clues or no real clues about what to do next. But once I ended up going back in the inventory, reading some of the documentations, and the game's really cool sort of clue system, I ended up figuring it out. Also, no real bugs to speak of. Had a couple glitches when it came to movement. Now, movement's a part of graphics. It's a bit of depression mixed with some gorgeous scenery. It has incredible moments too. Brilliance hidden within spots that you wouldn't expect. Coming down a tight, muddy road and around a corner, a massive open field unfolds around you and you're met with a mix of war-torn towns, guards standing watch, other places ripped apart, and then demons. Yeah, and a giant scary-ass orb of whipping energy and metal right in the middle of all this normal. And sitting down and talking to a guard, the graphics are excellent on a lot of these characters, discussing what they've done, what's ground them down, and sort of see them honestly realize that magic isn't that impressive when you're this war-torn. And the look on everybody, some of the characters you see is just awesome. And almost every single location had some kind of feeling like that, or some hidden character that you found, or some mysterious thing off in the distance. The world view and the way they put it together does a great job always offering you at least one place to go. Within the graphic settings, there's a ton of different discrete layers, shadows, lighting, texture, distance, all that, as well as DLSS frame gen, upscaling, Intel's version of upscaling, and AMD's as well. On a 4090 7800 X3D, the game with all the settings maxed was well over 100 FPS at 4K. That was having all the upscaling off. Now, it wasn't always at 100 with some drops in particularly massive sprawling viewpoints or walkouts. That sometimes would drop, but overall, anywhere from 70 to 110 was what I was getting. And the curve down all the way to the 2080 was exactly as expected. When it comes to the performance, not a ton of complaints. Some stutter here or there, but not as much as I would have expected. And there was a level of nuance to a lot of the graphic settings that you were able to adjust to really dial it in for you. This thing just captured my attention, and it captured my attention in an old style way, which I absolutely appreciate.
is haunted and cursed. I know, it sounds silly, but it happens to be true.
I asked for a transfer to the UN peacekeepers, who were deployed inside ADIA. It backfired. When the paperwork cleared, ADIA's civil war was in full swing and the peacekeepers pulled out. I reported to my new unit, stole some gear, and crossed the mountains.
And another thing I appreciate is the audio. I gotta say, it's very rare I'm impressed super early, but the voice works awesome. Of course, you got Adam Jensen's voice actor, but there are also just different characters around the game that you end up talking to. There's that weird fat-chinned freak of nature-looking character that's a mix of Jabba the Hutt and some kind of outlaw Josie Wales that was amazing from the very moment you saw them. It's not only the design, though, it's usually the actual voices that go with them. And additionally, the succinct but always a little bit detailed writing of all the characters that continue to push you along. But excellent voice work and really good writing helped. Even if the main story, not as much. When it comes to helping, though, the music, man, this is melancholy, it's atmospheric, and altogether riskier than I expected. The music in Hell Is Us is some of the best I've heard all year long. Now, let me back this up for a second and explain why that is, because a little bit of Dying Light 2 sort of creeped in here, where the music isn't necessarily discrete tracks that are easy enough to parse. It's experimental. It means that almost no time while you're playing Hell Is Us do you feel as if you sort of expect to know what the music is going to do. Case in point, while walking down into the field and seeing a couple demons, this crunchy, eerie mixture of synths started to build as I moved down. Synths that turned almost into the expected arrangement you would assume would be in possibly the more cataclysmic, dire parts of, say, a Final Fantasy. However, at almost no time does the soundtrack ever use the instruments that you would expect in those particular points. It's discordant, and it reminds you of a lot of cosmic horror movies in that way. That is in front of you at any time, but it's also around you in that blanket of audio. Very good. It's not something you would pull out or play with your three friends headed to a wedding. It's incredibly hard for me to come up with any real negatives to the soundtrack, though. It is different. It may not be for you, but it absolutely added to the atmosphere for me. And the same can really be said for most of the audio effects. The game brings them front and center because a lot of overall quests and ideas of what you need to do and just little bits of mystery within the game are presented via that audio. Attacks, defenses, and enemy sounds are all good enough, with, I would say, the enemy sounds crawling a little bit above the rest to give you that feeling of otherworldliness. Worked quite well. And that all brings us to the fun factor. I'm going to tell you, it's weird. You're fighting a weird ghost that looks like it was attacked by a demonic self-aware Rubik's Cube that had also been, instead of self-solving, it was cosplaying some of the weird creatures that are in Remedy's control. And then once you're done killing it, you go back to town and tell the POS bad guy who's the good guy, because they're not as bad as the worst guys, that you did him a solid. That's not always necessarily fun, but it is immersive. Though it does get a bit easy, be aware that you can jump in and adjust that difficulty at any time in real time, which you probably should as you get more and more skilled and you understand the enemies and your weapons and their powers. Interesting, immersive, and something that I absolutely enjoyed exploring and understanding, even if the main story wasn't as interesting as I thought it was going to be, at least until later on. And then, you know, the ending, well, that'll be up to you. Let's discuss the rating. Also, remember to subscribe, thumb this up. Got a bunch of videos, 2 more previews, 3 reviews coming out the rest of this month. Also, some thinky videos, as I like to call them. Some sort of discussion videos that I'm going to be doing. So when it comes to the rating, again, in no way, shape, or form is Hell Is Us an amazing game, but it damned well is a very interesting one that I liked playing. And it reminded me of many of the games I enjoy that are AA or B. So for me, it's a buy. You may not like that it takes a while for you to get some of the abilities. It just depends on your understanding of the puzzles and how they work out. But that exploration and that feeling of difference is consistently here. For those who like to explore or have played a game like Gothic 3 and walked over a hill and there's some weird giant magical thing over the top of a city, or who went around some location in Elix only to see a giant valley and the indication of machinations most foul and thought-worthy, and you thought to yourself, I need to go there, this is probably going to speak to you. Absolutely unique title. Really enjoyed playing it. Anyway, check out the channel. Peace out. Oh, and the Patreon. It helps hugely, especially as AI summaries are causing people to just not even watch videos. If you jump in, hopefully I've saved you some cash and you feel like it's worthwhile.
First the invader.
some hearts.
In today's video, we're going to do 5 important things. First of all, we're going to find out exactly why stick drift is susceptible on modern controllers and why you want the smallest dead zones possible. Then I'm going to show you how to measure and detect stick drift on PC using a variety of software programs. Then most importantly, how to recalibrate your thumbsticks, analog sticks, or joysticks to minimize or even completely eliminate stick drift. Then we're going to cover what to do if you are on console and do not have a PC to make these changes. And finally, what to do with your controller if you have physical stick drift that cannot be remedied via software by recalibration. Let's get it. The video, not stick drift. We don't want that. So starting with the basics, what is stick drift? This might seem incredibly elementary, like it's recess. You're wondering to yourself, what is this, the Boy Scouts? I'm an esports athlete over here. Well, to figure out how to remedy a problem, we need to fully understand what the problem is. Stick drift is when your controller is registering inputs on the analog sticks and you are not physically touching the controller. You take your fingers fully off the analog sticks and your character is still moving or looking around on screen. And why most modern controllers are susceptible to stick drift and will develop it at some time in their life point is because they're all using the same style of thumbstick module, which is very cheap mass-produced units, generally from a company called Alps, which has a carbon strike plate that wears down over general use, so just moving the analog sticks around. These are getting constantly worn down every single time you move the analog sticks. Then you have potentiometer sensors, which actually read or measure the inputs on your thumbsticks, and these can go out at any time for any reason. Doesn't even have to be wear and tear or general use. Sometimes controllers come out of the box with stick drift, probably janky potentiometers. Now, there is a very small percentage of controllers that use magnetic Hall effect sensors, which break connectivity with magnets, and that is how it actually senses movement, making them far, far, far less susceptible to ever getting stick drift. But out of the dozens of controllers I have tested on this channel, there's only been 2 or 3 that use magnetic Hall effect sensors. Which implores me to make this video because we'll all suffer from stick drift at some point or another. What do you actually want or need from your analog sticks to get the best accuracy and response? Well, it is a fine balance between having no stick drift, but also having the smallest possible dead zones, to where when you break neutral just ever so slightly, and I do mean just barely, put your fingers on those analog sticks, it is registering and your character is moving or aiming on screen. But as soon as you remove your fingertips completely, all movement ceases. Having the smallest dead zones to where your most finite or small movements start getting registered, in combination with bumping up the in-game sensitivity about 2 to 3 clicks, and increasing the height of the right stick with some kind of control freak or thumbstick extension, and perhaps increasing resistance on the right stick with something like Control Freak's precision rings, or one of the premium controllers that actually has increased thumbstick tension, that is going to get you the best possible accuracy and response out of your thumbsticks. So how do we measure and detect if your thumbstick is getting stick drift? The most noticeable would be if you notice your character moving or aiming when you're not touching the controller. You've got a pretty decent case of stick drift on your hands. It's kind of like the saying, if you feel thirsty, it's too late, you're already dehydrated. If you're physically moving your character without touching your controller, you got yourself some stick drift. Surprise, surprise, a lot of you have stick drift in your controllers that hasn't even been registered in game yet because it's so minute, but we're going to remedy it today. Recalibrate those sticks for you. There is 4 methods for connecting a controller or gamepad to a PC. You have Bluetooth, you have a 2.4 gigahertz dongle, which is included with a lot of third-party controllers. Then if you're using Xbox controllers, you have the Xbox adapter for Windows, which uses a specific wireless frequency called Xbox Wireless, so to not get interference with other devices connected in your room. And then of course you have a wired connection via a USB-C or micro USB cable. That is the method we are going to be taking. Anytime you're doing any kind of diagnostic work, overclocking a controller, measuring the polling rate, I do recommend taking the wired method because you will get the most accurate readings and the most consistency. The first method to measure stick drift is actually built into Windows itself. On your keyboard, press Windows key plus I, and it will pop open your settings. Another way to get to settings is to pin it down here to the taskbar. If not, click on the Windows Start down here and click on this little cog icon. That will open up settings for you. Go ahead and type in controller into the search bar. You will see set up USB game controllers. Click on that. By double clicking on the controller or clicking properties, it will pop open this box here. If your controller is not registered and you're having issues with your controller connecting to Windows 10 PC, I do have a video linked in the description below to get you all squared away. Now this is a diagnostic tool, so as I move my left analog stick, my right analog stick, or press any of the buttons, that is all registered here. And as you can see on that X rotation, which is going to be the horizontal axis of aiming on the right analog stick, it's not centered. It is showing a little bit of out-of-the-box stick drift. Let's confirm that with Gamepad Tester. This is a website called Gamepad Tester. Go ahead and plug in your controller and then press a button on the face, and that will wake up your controller and allow it to be registered on this website. So this is confirming our original speculation. We're getting a little stick drift on that right stick. I'll zoom in so you can see properly, but that black dot is not dead centered. And also under axis 2, as you can see, we're getting a 0.08, 0.1, which is not good. You want this as close to 0 as possible. Other than measuring stick drift, you can also do what's called testing the circularity, which is going to get your thumbstick accuracy. You click that box and rotate your analog stick slowly in a circle, and it will show you if there are any dead zones where your controller simply is not reading your inputs properly. Those red or pink areas, not good. What you want to see is blue and maybe a little bit of purple. Now, there was virtually nothing you can do for circularity or thumbstick accuracy, but we can do quite a bit to recalibrate for stick drift. Almost every controller should be recognized on this website, but if it is not, if you're on a PS4 or 5 controller, launch a program called DS4 Windows. I do have a separate tutorial of this program, but its main purpose in life is to spoof your PC into thinking that a PlayStation 4 or 5 controller is an Xbox 360 controller, allowing it to be recognized by many more programs and games and giving it more compatibility. Another way to measure stick drift is going to be in the Steam launcher. Go over here to big picture mode, which is a console-like experience that allows you to use your controller much like you're browsing a console. Come over here to the settings icon, go over here to controller settings, make sure all these boxes are checked, come down here to your detected controller, which is being recognized as a 360 controller. Even though this is a generic third party, it's a FlyDigi Apex 2, and come over here to calibrate, and as you can see, this is representing two things for us, stick drift and dead zone. These red dots, which become black whenever our reticle is within them, is going to be your dead zone, i.e. you're moving your analog stick and your controller isn't recognizing or registering those inputs. And we're also seeing from that little blue dot a little bit of stick drift on that right stick. Little on the left as well, but much more pronounced on the right. Now what you can do is grab these sliders right here and adjust your dead zone. Now what you want is the smallest possible value while that little blue reticle is still within this dot, turning it black. If that turns red, you need to bump up your dead zone just a skosh until it turns black. Now you can also do a full auto calibration, which I'll show you right now. It warns you, hey buddy, you sure you want to do this? Calibration is only recommended if you're experiencing poor trackpad, joystick, or accelerometer performance. Accelerometer is motion sensing, like the controllers that have gyroscope, or trackpad, that's something like the Steam controller or the Steam Deck handheld PC. We're actually calibrating right now. Push the left stick to a side and let go. Push a different direction each time. You have 10 presses remaining. Bam, 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 bam. Same thing on the right stick. Bam, bam. You have to make the sound effects or it won't work properly. Bam, kablam, whammy, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Calibration complete. And as you see, it did its best job to do exactly what we could do manually by adjusting our dead zones. Now, something to keep in mind, this is only going to work with Steam. So if this is your game launcher of choice, you play all your PC games through here, awesome. But a lot of people don't. You might have multiple game launchers such as Epic and Origin, or shoot, maybe you have games installed directly to your Windows desktop and you're launching them from there. Then this is going to do absolutely nothing for you. We need to use another program to calibrate. Back over here in Windows controller properties, go to settings, click on calibrate, and it opens up this wizard here. Next, leave the D-pad centered, press a button on the controller. This very first window says press all the D-pad's corners. They're actually talking about the left analog stick over here. Go ahead and click display raw data, and it will show you your X-axis, which is horizontal, and your Y-axis, which is vertical. Go ahead and move around in a circle, and then click next. Z-axis calibration, this is going to be for your triggers. I like to click on display raw data so I can see what the hell is going on. Hold down your left trigger and your right trigger. Now these aren't linear, they're 0 to 100 because they're mechanical mouse-like switches. But if you have linear triggers on a standard controller, it will reflect the exact percentage you're squeezing. Hit next. Now X rotation is going to be the horizontal axis, and as you can see, when I'm not pressing anything, it's sitting at 45%. So we're going to move it left and right, back and forth. Y is going to be your vertical axis with the right stick, so we're going to move up and down, fully up and down. Hit next. And as we can see, this did something. Z axis is now perfectly at 50%, as opposed to earlier it was at 45, so that's good. Then go ahead and hit apply, and if for some reason you did this calibration wrong and it actually made your stick drift worse, go over here to settings and hit reset to default, and that will undo your calibration. So the next program we're going to showcase is Rewaz. This can be free, however you can get up to $25 if you start adding additional packs or plugins for it. But for recalibrating the sticks to minimize dead zone, we can actually do that for free, or you can get their premium services for 7 or 14 days for free. Recalibrate your stick drift that way before the trial ends. This is a very in-depth program for remapping virtually any controller, and I will have a separate tutorial on it. But for our needs today, if you look at the left or right analog stick, don't hover over the middle. tutorial, this is simulating clicking down L3 or R3 or pushing down the buttons on the sticks, but one of the directions over here. So we'll say down on the left analog stick. Go ahead and click on advanced over here. Put you up there in the corner, big dog. There we go. Now you can customize your response or sensitivity curves over here by coming to custom. Sure enough, making your own sensitivity curves, even changing things like the vertical and horizontal axis and the rotation. Let's go ahead and default all that back to normal. But over here in the bottom right, this is going to be for your stick drift. As you see, this gray area is your dead zone where nothing is being registered, and this bronze or amber ring on the very outside is going to be your maximum input. Now you can grab any of these sliders and drag them, as you can see. And if you click on this wrench icon, it is going to give you precision adjustments. So if you want to type in a specific value, you can do that here. In addition to that little feature, if you click on this Xbox icon over here, currently this controller is being recognized as a virtual 360 controller. As you can see, you can toggle between the left and right analog stick. I would recommend leaving this box, use same settings for X and Y axis, leave that checked, and you can reduce the deflection just slightly to where you're getting minimal inputs before you're actually getting stick drift. Clicking on the wrench icon, you're also going to have precision adjustments, of course, if you want to type in a specific value. So that is awesome, the amount of control you have with Rewazd over here, where you can set up literally keybinds for double pressing, long pressing, pressing a combination of buttons to actually do things in your windows, such as change songs in Spotify or change scenes in your OBS or whatever. You can literally control your entire stream with just a controller using Rewazd. Again, I'll do a separate tutorial on this program as it is very in-depth. Now, DS4 Windows specifically works with PlayStation 3, 4, and 5 controllers. So I've got a DualSense plugged in here, which you can see is recognized right here. Let's go ahead and full screen this bad boy. Click on edit, and then in this first tab, axis configurator, you have LS, which is your left stick, and RS, which is your right stick. You can change your dead zone type from radial to axial. I would leave this alone. Over here in dead zone, as you can see, we're at 0.08. I'm not sure what this unit of measurement is, perhaps millimeters, but you can adjust this on the fly and even type in your own specific value. Dead zone is going to be the very minimum input before your controller starts registering, and maximum zone is how close you get to the outskirts of your gates, to where if you want your character to be running full speed when you're only pressing the stick halfway, then you would change this max dead zone to 0.5 as opposed to 100% or 1.0. Does that make sense? Now, I don't like that there's no visual representation of your stick drift when you're tuning it in here. You just have to play around by adjusting these values ever so slightly and then entering a game and seeing if it's making a difference. It'd be great if we had some visual representation like we did with Rewazd and Steam. Now, what's beneficial about this is as long as you're leaving DS4 Windows running in the background, no matter what game you play, doesn't matter what launcher you're in, maybe you just launch it directly off your desktop, these dead zone settings are going to take effect. Same thing if you're running Rewazd, then you leave that running in the background, so it's taking effect on your controller. So these fixes will work no matter where you're playing games, as opposed to the Steam launcher, the auto calibration we did earlier, that's only taking effect if you're playing games in Steam. I know I said this about Rewazd, but it's also applicable to DS4 Windows. I will be making a separate video or tutorial because this is a very in-depth program where you can do a whole hell of a lot, including constantly controlling the RGB lighting of your touchpad. Swipe on the touchpad on your PlayStation controller and control Windows. You can even overclock the Bluetooth polling rate, giving you a faster connection via Bluetooth. A whole lot can be done in this program. Stay tuned for that. Maybe subscribe. I'd recommend it. It can't hurt anything, that's for sure. And once you've made the adjustments to your dead zones, go ahead and click apply over here. And you've got to keep this program running because if you try and close it, you will get this warning. Hey, this is going to disconnect all your controllers. All the settings you've made are not going to take effect. So all these dead zones you changed on your thumbstick, unless you have DS4 Windows running in the background, it's not going to do anything for you. Now, all these methods for measuring and recalibrating stick drift are specific to the PC. They're all based on a program or software suite that has to be running in the background to let the controller know exactly how its thumbstick should perform. So just because you make these changes doesn't mean you can go use them on your console and you're going to have the same effect that you were getting on PC. That is because these controllers don't have any kind of inboard memory. Granted, a lot of and custom controllers do have onboard profiles that you can swap on the fly. However, that's generally just for button bindings, and there is no way to really flash a tune to the PCB or printed circuit board of a controller, so it just knows, hey, these are my new thumbstick settings, this is my new axial dead zone. It doesn't work like that. However, you're not completely screwed if you're only on console and don't own a PC. In the settings of your console, if you go under accessories or devices and then go under controllers, you can actually recalibrate your thumbsticks there. Nintendo Switch makes this very easy. Under the controller section on the home menu, it sure sure enough, says calibrate the thumbsticks, and this works with both the individual Joy-Cons as well as a Switch Pro controller. Not to mention, most modern games, especially first-person and third-person shooters, have some type of dead zone adjustment in the in-game settings. So while you might be getting yourself more of a dead zone to where you have to apply more input before your character starts moving, you will be able to avoid stick drift where you're registering when you're not even touching the controller. Next up, a lot of premium, pro, or custom controllers have some kind of a software suite or application that you can install not only on the PC but also on consoles as well. On Xbox, you go to the Microsoft Store, and on PlayStation, you go to the Sony App Store or whatever they call it. A lot of these programs actually will allow you to adjust things like your sensitivity or response curves, in which case you can actually reduce the dead zones right here. Finally, if none of these methods of software programs to recalibrate worked for you fixing stick drift, you might actually have to physically work on the hardware of the controller itself. I do have a video linked in the description below of two methods, one partially disassembling a controller and one leaving it fully assembled to fix stick drift on a controller, whether it's PlayStation or Xbox. Shoot, maybe Switch. Now, if those methods didn't work for you, you can replace the thumbstick modules, which requires soldering and is kind of a pain in the ass. If it's a standard or stock controller that you can buy for 40 bucks, most people at this point say screw it and just go buy a new one. You can also swap the thumbstick modules if you have a modular controller like the Thrustmaster eSwap or the Astro C40. And yeah, this will cost you 15-20 bucks and a few days of shipping time, but you'll be able to actually just remove the thumbstick module and pop in a new one. Not the best fix, having to replace the problem rather than fix it. Hey, no more stick drift for you. Next up, I would look at the warranty of your controller and contact the manufacturer, whether that's Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo, or a third-party vendor, such as Scuf, AIM, Battle Beaver, Hex, etc. Now, a lot of these companies do not cover stick drift because it's practically just considered an inevitability. It's basic wear and tear, just like having to change brake pads and tires on your car. These manufacturers think, you know, hey, well, you're gonna have to replace your thumbstick modules eventually, so a lot of times they won't honor these warranties, but you talk to the right representative and you sweet talk them a little bit, put a little sugar in their buns, and sometimes they'll send you out a fresh controller. Last but certainly not least, there is a good option from Helder Game Tech over here. This is his website. He has a $15 PCB or printed circuit board that you solder onto your controller like that, and I will be doing this on the channel, by the way. And this allows you to screw these two tiny Phillips head screws to adjust the horizontal and vertical axis and basically fix stick drift. As long as, caveat right down here, the original potentiometers are not damaged. Hopefully this video achieved its goals of showing you what stick drift and dead zones are, several programs or applications to read and recognize, hey, I'm getting stick drift, and a couple of programs how to recalibrate or fix stick drift, what to do if you're on console and don't have access to these PC programs, and finally what to do if none of these calibrations work for you and you need to get in there physically, take apart that shell, and fix your controller. This is your controller captain signing off. If you enjoyed the video,
you ever get tired of not winning?
I win all the time, dumbass.
You don't, because even if you kill me,
Which I do, constantly.
I'll wake up back here the next day. You're only prolonging my stay.
For a very, very, very long time.
Why you have to literally put the reticle? It's a power, not a gun. If I'm close enough, let me shoot it off. Like what are we doing here? time he grabs the mic, a puppy comes back to him.
they let you into Eon?
I'm filthy rich. You've seen my house.
Come on, you're ducking me. Really? How'd you do it?
A series of impossible tests created by Wenji and Igor. I was the only one who passed.
So you cheated?
No, I had actual qualifications. Unlike you, whose only reason for being here was because you survived a botched experiment.
I'd watch that one, but I don't know if that's the.
go make some bone.
Charlie